Welcome back, guys. Welcome back. It's your boy DELRAY, Richardson, platinum artist, platinum songwriter, Straight Game TV. Thank you for tuning in. I appreciate your time. Do me a favor, click on what appears to be the little bell notification if you'd like to be one of the first people notified when I drop some of this straight game. Also, click the thumbs up button. Subscribe to the channel if you have not already. And like I say, we're ready to get into this gavel-to-gavel coverage of the Diddy trial. Let's get into some of the straight game.
Life is like cards. It's not what you dealt, but how you play it. Play each situation correctly. I remember they used to laugh at a brother.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have I think another doctor or psychiatrist, someone of that nature, coming to testify this morning, if you will. He's been sworn in. Basically, AUSA, the prosecution, where do you work? Legal audio and video. So I guess they're going to get into some audio and video that they have. A prosecution also says, have you testified before? Mr. Piazza said, mostly criminal matters. I also done civil and some depositions. Prosecutors, have you been qualified as an expert? Piazza, 50 times. Prosecutions, we moved to qualify Mr. Piazza as an expert. Defense to Diddy's people, no objection. Judge, he's an expert. It's funny how that works, right? So into the testimony, the prosecution, you analyze cell phone videos and surveillance videos of Piazza, yes. Prosecution, let me show you a video of Tal Combs kicking Cassie on the ground is shown. Prosecution, what is a frame rate? A Piazza, frames per second can cause a video to have more info per second. Piazza, the cell phone video of a video was shot on an iPhone at 6.3 frames. So that's like 30 frames per second, 6.30 frames per second. It was out, it was not edited or tampered with, I found, basically. Prosecution, did you reach a conclusion? Piazza, they are accurate. Prosecution, and the surveillance video, there were issues. Basically saying that the surveillance video that they had from the hotel, basically there were issues with that video. I believe it was edited down. If CNN received the whole video, then that video probably was edited down to show the parts that they wanted to show from that perspective. So I would think that they might be trying to show the whole video, if you will, in court. Like I said, they keep focusing on this video. I mean, we understand what the video is. I mean, this is not about, like I said, once again, if you have to keep focusing on this video, then it basically tells me you don't have a RICO case. I get the fact, like I said, once again, it can be argued both ways, but we've seen the video 1,000 times. You know what I mean? They have beat the video. Once again, that is domestic violence. Simple and plain. Like I said, Mr. Ferguson yesterday testified that he knew nothing about any type of illegal or criminal activity. And like I said, they keep, coming with this video. So I really don't know, what to think about that from that perspective. Of the prosecutor. Prosecutor, you analyze the cell phone video and surveillance videos, yes. Let me show you of a Tal Combs kicking Cassie on the ground is shown. What is a frame rate? So they basically going the same thing. So they're moving kind of slow, if you will. Shout out to Love Life, JP, Six Gunner, Aura. Who else is that? Dickie Leonard, Wheeler, JJ, Sticky, Jim D. What's good? Good morning, everybody, man. Mark Allen, Love Life, Terrence Taylor. Let's get into some of this straight game, yes, sir. They were talking earlier. It was a bunch of exhibits that they were talking about. Basically, I'm gonna go give you some context about that. The judge asked our courtroom deputy to check in on our jury. Basically, first we wish to enter some exhibits into the evidence before the jury. A search of a 2-Star Island HSI found this cell phone. Now, para 14, the exhibits are excerpts of the data. Prosecutors, the data shows Twitter exhibits and text to D-Rock, who says, "We in the security room, owner." Or what does Shorty say? D-Rock, "Cass is calling studio looking for you, owner." What did she say on the other thing? Act like I said I am not fucking with her. D, okay. Right. So I guess it's text from Puffy to D-Rock telling D-Rock how to deal with Cassie on the cell phone that they found at Star Island, Diddy Star Island home. It's another exhibit that they wanted to enter into the case. So say so now in one message, listen to this, ladies and gentlemen. In one message on this phone, Combs told D-Rock to ask G if they're broken up, right? Combs told D-Rock to act like Combs was serious and to inquire about what was happening. The messages show D-Rock responded and reported that she said Combs didn't want to talk to her anymore, but that she still wanted to see him. In other messages, Combs asked what Ventura was doing and told D-Rock to stay on top of her. Right. Yeah, I mean, stay on top of it. Like, yo, what? Oh, man. Man, they going over a guy's personal life, man. Like I said, once again, and trying to make it seem like it was this thing, like, yo, stay on top of her. He can't talk to her. Evidently, he could talk to her. So, you know, he telling D-Rock, you know, hey, stay on top of her. They basically moving real slow. Piazza, the clock was set to play 30 frames a second, but it was 22 frames per second, so it played faster. We had to account for that. Prosecution, how? Piazza, we counted the frames and used software to correct the timing. Prosecution, were surveillance videos altered? No. I mean, that was the defense's argument that the video was actually altered. The hotel video was altered. Frame rates, like how fast a video plays. Also, how clear it is also. So in the editing world, you know, that's usually how that breaks down, if you will. When you edit in the video, you're usually dealing with frames per second for people who don't know. And that's also related to the clarity of the video and the quality of the video. So Frank Piazza, basically the forensic audio and video editor, says he's being paid $295 per hour for his work on this case. The expert witness says he typically works with defense attorneys more often than prosecutors. Piazza said he does not have knowledge of the case itself, but review the cell phone videos, surveillance footage, and sex videos. So I guess from Cassie's phone, because she submitted videos to the prosecution. Those are the only videos that they have, despite all of the videos that we were told that existed in the world. And, you know, I find that to be, like I said, I still find that to be very ironic. Like, all of this media attention was leaked. I talked about Justin Bieber and all of these other people, right? 23 seconds, Piazza. Here the video stream was corrupted. This has caused a distortion of prosecutors, the whole file or just a small piece. The corruption exists in the video stream. There is a structure called a GOP, a group of pictures. We have predictive frames, right? So, like I said, I mean, you know, if you ask me if it's corrupted, then it shouldn't be allowed in. That could be somebody doing something to the video, but, you know, what do I know? You know what I mean? So, like I said, I mean, I guess being able to use the video in the case is very important, but I can't really see how and what that means, you know, overall. When you think about the big picture, right? It's like, okay, we've seen the video. What are y'all trying to prove? What are y'all trying to tell us that we don't know already? You know? So, but this is what we're doing. See, once again, so now, here they go again. So, and I guess they're trying to, I mean, you know, they're trying to really ingrain this video in the jury's head, evidently. They already showed it in the beginning. We thought they had it out the way. Here we go. Piazza. You don't know this, but a static camera does not re-record a wall that doesn't move each second, I'm sorry. It is repeated. Only what moves is recorded. Thank you. The prosecutor played 55 seconds, right? Video shown Cone throwing Cassie to the ground and kicks her. I mean, you know, they kind of weighing this video out, man. You know, I think they kind of felt like, you know, yesterday with all of their other witnesses, it's like, you know, the only thing that they have left is the video. You know, they have a Brianna. She's a young lady by the name of Brianna Bongolan, I believe her name is. She just got immunity today also. I think she's going to be testifying. She pleaded the fifth, and the government basically came in and they offered her immunity. You know what I mean? So, like I said, once again, you know, a lot of these people are being given immunity that they want to testify. And so, yeah, I just find that to be ironic, if you will. They're given immunity based on what? I mean, what did she do? We don't know yet. So, you know what I mean? Like, what did you do that was so horrible that you need immunity, you know? Drew York, Universal, ASIC, Mo Better, Poe 9900, Brooke Dawn, Ivan Curry, Brandon Carter, what's good? Lynn Wood, Mo Better in the building, 313 Thug Living, what's good? Thank everybody for coming back this morning. I appreciate y'all. Hey, what do you guys think in the chat, man? You think, like I said, they keep trying to show this video. Like, we get it. That's domestic violence. That should have been dealt with in 2016. I mean, you know, they're trying to rehash it and trying to bring it back up and all of these other things. I mean, it's simply not working. Evidently, it's you know what I mean? It's just not working. I can't see how this is working. I just can't. So we try to find some other contact. And you know, there's a the jury saw text messages about 10 minutes ago. This is not in the live feed of Inner City Press reporting, right? The jury saw text messages some time ago of Frank Piazza. Before forensics video, expert Frank Piazza took the stand. The jury saw messages between Combs and one of his security guards called D-Rock from September 2015, right? And this is like when Cassie and Diddy were allegedly going through some kind of breakup. And Cassie was calling Diddy, and Diddy was like he was through with her. He was through with her, but she still wanted to talk. You know what I mean? She still wanted to whatever. And so he told D-Rock, like I said, to you know, act like he was done or whatever. You know, and then you can clearly see this the games that they play, right? You know, especially Diddy, he was playing games, you know, tell her I don't want to see her, you know, whatever. And with that being said and understood, Cassie was still trying to see Diddy at that particular time. Now, mind you, this is before the Intercontinental situation, if you will, right? So this is just one of the situations that they were going through. And in the final analysis of that, Diddy told D-Rock, you know, to stay on top of Cassie, meaning, you know, stay on top of, you know, whatever, for whatever reason that he told her that, like, not to like, oh, go, you know, put surveillance on her, you know. Like I said, once again, the assumptions that they want you to have, you know, they're playing into, like, I feel like sometimes, like, racial tropes, you know what I mean? Like, you know, the black guy is telling, you know, the rich black guy is like, you know, and it's like crazy, man, you know, to try to assume or insinuate that that's what he means or whatever have you, right? But like I said, once again, this is what he's dealing with, you know. Somebody said yesterday that the worst thing Diddy could have done was deal with Cassie. I said, nah, the worst thing he could have done was put his hands on her. You know what I mean? To be perfectly honest with you, right? So right here, 14 seconds ago, the prosecution said, did you see pixelation? Piazza, yes. Prosecutors, does it represent manipulation? Piazza, no. You can choose motion activity. The camera only turns on when there is motion, but it causes timestamp issues. You know, go back frame by frame. I want to point out something out. So basically what Mr. Piazza is trying to do, he's trying to explain to the jury a bunch of technical things that they probably don't really understand and really want to hear at this particular time. You know what I mean? But they're basically forced to deal with this situation and the issue at hand, if you will. So, but yeah, that's what's going on with this here. Yeah, that's what's going on with this issue here. Hey, just a minute, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on for a minute. Yeah, we back. So, yeah, that's what's going on with that situation. So let's see. Me personally, I think they're using Piazza as a way to try to keep showing the video without the judge basically saying, "Move on, we've seen the video." You know, I mean, if you want to, ask me personally, that's what I think. I mean, they've already shown the video, so what they're trying to prove that the video hasn't been manipulated. Um, if you want to show something, show Diddy apologizing for the video, man. That would be a little bit more substantial than just trying to show the video, right? Piazza. This seems to be a collision of two issues. Look at the male sitting down. There appears to be a ghost of a person, right? The motion activity begins to sense that we have motion. Now there's a full figure in the frame. That file is corrupted. You see what I mean? So with that file being corrupted, like I said, it speaks more to Diddy's side than it does to anything else, because they can, basically, say it's manipulated. And like I say, even though the videographer guy is basically saying that it's not manipulated, right? The jury hearing things corrupted. Oh, it's corrupted. Oh, they try. You know what I mean? If you really don't understand what he's saying, then you can kind of conclude to your own understanding. That's the thing about, telling a story and 12 different people hearing a story and then coming to the conclusion that, they said the file was corrupted. We just don't know, But I don't think that people don't think that the video didn't happen, but on the flip side, yeah. So, and understanding that for what that really, truly, honestly is. Yeah. So when they say like, oh, play up to 55 seconds, you know what I mean? They want to keep playing the video, but so it's crazy. So basically, it's a video shown of Combs beating Cassidy, not altered, witness says. The primary task of the video expert appears to be the authenticating of the footage of Combs beating Ventura in a Los Angeles hotel has not been altered. Piazza said there are no anomalies in the disturbing video shown of Combs assaulting his then girlfriend Ventura at the Intercontinental Hotel in Los Angeles in 2016. So they's basically saying the authentication of the video. I mean, if you want, if they could use that as, because they've been using social media videos as testimony, if you will, from that perspective. They've been using that as testimony. So I don't see why they can't, you know what I mean? Use the video of Puffy apologizing for what he did. But that wouldn't serve the prosecution well. But if, to say that, yeah, he did do it, it was authentic, it did happen, So I guess they have their strategy and how they want to proceed with this madness. One minute ago. So basically, 1 minute ago, did you make a compilation, Mr. Piazza? This was the compilation that they were talking about yesterday. that they were trying to get ready. The prosecution, did you make a compilation? Pion said, yes. Your office requested it. They are edited. They are edited to track the movement of individuals inside the events. Prosecution, does it have different camera angles in it? Pion said, yes. Prosecution, how did you show the changes? Black screen. So I guess Mr. Piazza took the original video, or the video that they gave him, or whatever, and he made a compilation of, different angles from the video, right? See, once again, they want to show the compilation of videos. They want to keep showing the video. Like I said, other than them trying to say that, yeah, they showing the video basically for authentication purposes. Basically they're showing the video to keep showing the video. And they really trying to get this video. You need to see this video. He needs to be punished for this, blah, blah, blah. He wasn't punished for it back in 2016. This is a horrible assault. I agree. But it is just that. It is domestic violence. It is an assault. And so, what else they want, I couldn't even tell you. Quan 24, what's good? Anthony X, welcome back. P Funk, what's good? B-Town Entertainment, what's good? Like to welcome everybody this morning. It's all good. Thank you guys for tuning in. We appreciate you. Hit the like button, hit the thumbs up button, ladies and gentlemen. Appreciate you guys this morning. Subscribe to the channel if you have not already. They have the videographer on the stand, basically testifying that he made a compilation video of the actual video from the Intercontinental Hotel. And so they want to show the compilation video of different scenes and things of that nature. I guess what they really want to do, ladies and gentlemen, is try to have more impact, make it more impactful, if you will, instead of having to watch the whole video from everything that's going on. So, and he's also been classified as an expert witness. Just a minute, ladies and gentlemen, hold on. Ladies and gentlemen, we back. Sorry for the brief interruption. We back. Like I said, this is a compilation. AUSA, play the first 30 seconds. What is happening? Like I told you, ladies and gentlemen, this is what they're trying to do. They want to keep playing the video. And then now they want Mr. Piazza to explain what's happening in the video, right? So what's happening? Piazza, the male is running down the hallway. He threw her down. He threw her down. Now dragged her on screen, right? You see what I'm saying? AUSA, what did the man just do? Piazza, dragging the woman, holding the bag. So if you can understand what's going on and what they're trying to do, then you understand this is not about RICO, ladies and gentlemen. I know the jury is sitting back to themselves and saying to themselves, like, how many damn times we're going to see this video? We saw the video. And you know, another thing that they put in the jury's head when they keep doing this, they basically saying, you know, well, if they keep showing us the video, then the video must be all that they have, right? It must not really be anything else. This is what I would, you know, be thinking if I was a juror, right? The prosecution. What is he holding? Piazza. It appears to be a cell phone glowing. Prosecutors, let's focus on what happens in the mirror. You know, play it. What happened, right? Once again, they've already played this video. We've already seen what they played the video the first day of the case. So as to some frivolous notion that now it needs authentication, I don't think the defense ever went against that. The video wasn't real. You know what I mean? Play it. What happened? The male picked up a small object, or what appears to be a vase, and throws it across the room at the woman. Right? Man. You know, I laugh not at the situation and the violence, but I just laugh at the prosecution's attempt to try to create this narrative around this video. It's like, okay, we get it. He did what he did. I know, huh? Hey, you right about that, Mo Better. I don't, like I said, I don't know what they trying to do, man. What they trying to prove. Yaya's kids in the building. Dia M in the building. Classy's back. What's good? Cut Creatives in the building. Mo Better is in the building. Mr. Vino Gotti's in the building. Terrence Taylor. Yeah, we you know, you right about that, dear. You know, the crazy part is when you think about what you just said, that the jury's tainted, right? You know, like the prosecution, they already played the video. You know, like it's like doing cross-examination, and you feel like the defense is going over the same thing, you know, but in different ways, asking the same questions different ways. In a way, the playing of this video again, and them trying to, you know, get the videographer to explain what's happening. They already seen the video. They already know what's happening. So they're just trying to make the video more impactful. If this is what it is, like I said, ladies and gentlemen, this was a domestic violence charge in 2016 that was not pursued by Cassie Ventura. You know what I mean? So trying to blame anybody else is just, or trying to make this into a RICO case or anything else is crazy. Yesterday, they had Mr. Ferguson, the guy who was the CFO, Chief Financial Officer, a bad boy, and all of those things. At this particular point, thanks, Michael Taylor. The video absolutely should be a moot point at this time, right? Michael Park, I'm sorry. Michael Park, I appreciate that. The video should be a moot point at this particular time, right? But, like I said, all of these little underhanded tactics. And like I said, normally anybody else wouldn't be able to confront this and deal with this, right? I'm wondering if the defense will even cross-examine the videographer dude. You know what I mean? They won't. Like I said, once again, it's a couple of people that testified that the defense didn't even bother cross-examining. They didn't even see the need. Like, you know what? We back again, ladies and gentlemen. The prosecution continue playing. See, listen to it, y'all. See the tactic that's done. Continue playing. Who is emerging now? Piazza, the female with a duffel bag, her luggage, AUSA. Now who? The security person, prosecutors. Now the man, Combs, walks away holding what? It appears to be a cell phone he puts to his ear, right? So they're talking about the cell phone. But back to Michael Parker, the video should be a mute point. Lassie, you call it Lassie. Lassie was paid. The fact that both she and PD wanted the video gone because of the negative effect on their careers destroys the RICO entanglement. In my opinion, I agree with you, man. I agree with you. But once again, there, she can't be, no, she, the government is pursuing this case. It's no different than like, let me give you this. It's no different than like a domestic violence case in where you and your girlfriend or you and your wife have a situation, the police come to the house, right? And she said that you hit her, and then they lock you up, and then your wife no longer wants to file charges, right? And you've heard about this, the prosecution pick it up, and then they start to pursue the charges, right? You know what I mean? For all intents and purposes. This is what the government tried to do with this case. But not they picked it up, but they tried to reframe it as a RICO case. You see what I'm saying? So their reframing of it as a RICO case when it's simply this right here, the video involving the video, is domestic violence. It's crazy, right? When Cassie wanted it gone too, she was happy that it was gone too because she benefited from everything after that, the Met Gala. Now let's be clear. All of the things, if that video had come out during the time that it happened, right? Cassie probably would have looked good and but like I said, the support, all of the stuff that Diddy had gave her, all of that's gone now. So she had her reasons for wanting that, for not wanting that to be out too. So, but like I said, people don't see it that way. They take it from whatever angle benefits their argument. And this is where the prosecution is saying basically, hey, you know what? It benefits our argument from this standpoint right here. We're going to get the videographer to come in and explain the frames and how many frames per second and the static and all of the other things that are involved in this video. So this is the way they do it. Like I said, you can bend it, but don't break it, meaning the law, so that you never have to be in front of, anybody trying to tell you who you were or who you've been for the last, years of your life, the 50 years of your life or whatever, and trying to explain it in a couple of weeks. You know what I mean? And nobody really gives a damn because they feel like you got too much money anyway. That's what this basically is about. 4 seconds ago, ladies and gentlemen, the prosecution. You find these accurate? Piazza, yes. And this was all the footage I had. A prosecution. Let's turn to the sex videos. They're getting to the sex videos, ladies and gentlemen. This PX 201 to 210. Let me clarify. These are under seal. I think they wanted to say they. They were recovered from the Frank Black user on the device provided by U.S. Miss Ventura. So, ladies and gentlemen, basically what they're saying is now that Cassie had video, right, on her phone, right? And you said, like I said, they were recovered from the Frank Black user, right, on the phone, on the device provided by the U.S. to the U.S. government by Cassie. So what they're about to see or whatever is what Cassie provided them. Where's the Courtney Burgess? Where's the videos that he said he had? Remember Courtney Burgess went on all these news channels and these internet YouTube channel, right? Talking about how he had videos of, it was Justin Bieber and it would stop up the world and all of this other garbage that they were talking at that time, right? Remember the book that was put out about Diddy, right? Courtney Burgess was behind that book. Courtney Burgess and Ariel Mitchell, the attorney, have been sued by Diddy to the tune of $50 million, ladies and gentlemen, for defamation. They can't get around that lawsuit. You know what I mean? They can't get around that lawsuit based on what they did. And they went on these channels talking about, yeah, they got videos. Courtney Burgess, yeah, we got videos. They got the video, and, you know, it shows the minors. It shows this. It shows that. Like I said, I don't know who sent these people, right, to go out here and try to taint the jury of public opinion. But it was done. It was done for a reason. You know, like I said, don't know who was behind it, you know, but it was done. Like I said, you can go back and you can look on YouTube and you can see those videos. Like I said, I did the video with the guy from and I'm gonna show you the book that I'm talking about in case people got amnesia, right? Because a lot of people was on it. Oh, girl, you read that book? You seen that book? Yeah, we seen it, and it wasn't nothing, right? Here it is. This garbage right here. This garbage right here. This right here. The lie that was told, the lies that were told in this book about Jay-Z, about Will Smith, about all of that. It was all lies, ladies and gentlemen. You know, what we talking about here over here, straight game, is the truth. It was a lot of YouTube channels who lack credibility and moral standing putting this book up as the truth, you know what I mean, as to what it was. And it was a lie. Like I told you, I interviewed the guy, Chris Todd, who was out here masquerading with this book over on the Art of Dialogue. Y'all can go over there and check it out and look how I dismantled him, right? At the end of the day, he called me, like an investigator. And I wasn't that I was investigating you. I'm just trying to, you know, you coming with this. See, my thing was, he was coming for the culture. He had put Tupac name in there, Will Smith. He used all of the people from our culture, the culture of hip hop, you know what I mean? He used all of the people to try to bolster the bullshit that they were selling, right? You know what I mean? And so when they did that, I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, hold on, man, what's really going on? You know what I mean? At the end of the day, what's really going on? Is this something that's true, not true? You know, from that perspective. And so, come to find out, we know now that it really wasn't true. We know that it wasn't true, and it was fake. And you know, you got to ask yourself a question, like, you know, well, who propped these people up? Who made this so that, you know, that it was put out there like that? Who did that? You know what I mean? And so that's the part that really hit me the most. I was like, oh wow. I'm like, yo, what is this? And then when you read the book, and like I said, I seen the parts in there about Tupac. I'm like, I know these are lies, man. This ain't true. You know what I mean? The dude Chris Todd, when I did the interview over on the Art of Dialogue, the dude Chris Todd said, you know, behind the scenes, he was like, man, when you said that you knew Tupac, I was like, oh shit. Yeah. He was like, and the reason why he said that, not that he was scared of me or not anything like that, but he knew that it was the book was fake. He knew the book was fake. So it's like, oh shit. Like if he knows anything or he was around, then he would know that it's fake. So once I asked him the question about Tupac and the faith and Kim Porter thing, he was like, well, I don't know what Kim Porter was thinking when she wrote this. She wasn't thinking shit because she didn't write it. And y'all don't have no hard drives. I pressed them on the hard drives too. I was like, yo, so the hard drive, well, if I show these hard drives to the world, the music industry will stop. It was all bullshit. You know what I mean? So that's why I tell people, look, you got to be careful about the information that you take in. Like I said, I was there the night when Tupac met Faith Evans. And he was trying to insinuate in the book, or they tried to insinuate in the book, that Diddy had sent Faith to Tupac like she was some kind of prostitute. You know what I mean? And the conversation in there was like they was in this office, and Diddy was telling Kim Porter, yeah, that's why I sent your ass Faith to go get at Tupac. And it was a lie. When you read the book, it was like, what? I was like, oh man, they really reaching. And so for that, you gotta understand that it was all lies. And the cold part about the game is they didn't even care. They didn't even care, man. They didn't even care. It was, they were out for attention, and this the ultimate money grab. It was the ultimate money grab. And so, like I said, once again, when we talk about the issues at hand, yeah. So look, they already taking a break already. The judge already bored. Look, AUSA, did you see a pixelation? Yes. Does it represent manipulation? No. No, you can choose motion activity. AUSA, there's an enhanced version of the original video created in 2012. No, it had to be 2012 and 2014. Mr. Piazza, what were you asked to do with the the sex videos, right? Talk about the pixelation, right? Yes. Does it represent manipulation? No. You can choose to motion activity, camera turns on, basically saying the same thing he said about the other video, right? There are enhanced versions of the original videos created in 2012 and 2014. Mr. Piazza, what were you asked to do with the sexually explicit videos? Enhance the audio component. Prosecution, we admitted these videos into evidence. No further questions. So look, so now, no further questions for Mr. Piazza. But check this out now. So now they're about to get into the cross, if they want to cross. But the judge says, let's take a break. So right now they're taking a break. So they're taking a break after one one person testifying, right? But really what they did this for, ladies and gentlemen, because if you want to play a video, see, listen, and I want you to understand this. If they really wanted to play a video, right, the video they're going to play is what? They're going to play the sex video, right? We submitted these in the evidence. Yeah, okay, you submitted it into evidence. So what did you find? Was Cassie enjoying it or what? You know what I mean? Did it show everything that, you know what I mean, that they wanted it to show? What happened? What you know what I mean? We trying to figure out what's really good. So, and notice how when the prosecution is testifying that the defense never comes in. They might object, but they usually they rarely go to a sidebar. You know what I mean? But notice when the defense is cross-examining and they getting down to the nitty-gritty of breaking down the prosecution's witness. Sidebar, because they're trying to slow down the momentum of the defense. It was one time that they wanted a sidebar and the judge was like, no. No sidebar. We're not having it today. So, yeah, unfortunately, right? We just want the truth to come out and keep coming out like it's supposed to. And, yeah, that's basically it. OG Patrice, what's happening, OG Patrice? It's a pleasure. Greetings. Tell them, Yaya. Yaya say, remember to hit the like button, hit the share button. Let the people know we over here in straight game, ladies and gentlemen. We got the gavel coverage. We not playing no games over here. Well, Ray Johnson, but it's a slick, how they did it was a slick way of trying to reintroduce it again. You understand what I'm saying? So, the little slick way they tried to do that was like, hey, we're going to bring in the video expert witness. I don't think I don't think that the prosecution, I mean, the prosecution rightfully so had to establish that it was the authentic video. I get that, right? But they didn't have to show the video. They didn't have to show it again. He could have just explained the process and that the video was authentic from everything that he had saw. You know, he had made a compilation and then they played the compilation of it. You know, so what are you seeing here? You know what I mean? You know, all of that was unnecessary. All they had to do was come in and basically get the guy to say, hey, you know what? I'm a video expert. I went over the video. I didn't see any alterations or anything like that, any manipulation, anything like that. So you're testifying to this video right here, blah, blah, blah. That's it. But no, they had to do another one, display another video. And so with that being said, you ought to know how, how weak this case really is. You know what I mean? Because the news tonight going to be report that, expert video witness, he authenticated the video. Like, dude, we knew the video was authentic a long time ago. We didn't need them to come back and authenticate the video. We know that Diddy went and apologized. Like, yeah, I was on drugs. As a matter of fact, the cold part about it is that when the security guard said that he came and when he said he talked to Mr. Diddy on the phone, he said that Diddy told him that he was drunk that night. You know what I mean? Now, this is during the time that everything was going on when he was trying to get the videotape, right? He was basically saying, hey, you know what? I was drunk that night. So he admitted it, that he was drunk and they had been drinking and so on and so forth. So, yeah. Yeah, JP six gunner. Yeah, I mean, you know it. I mean, I wouldn't even call it multiple bites. It's like this is what they're basically hinging their case on. We need you to keep seeing this video. You know what I mean? Like I said, we need to see the. Like I said yesterday, the Mr. Ferguson, the CFO of a Bad Boy Entertainment, I think he was the CFO of Revolt, testified, and they asked him. They said, do you remember participating in any kind of coercion or anything for any of these companies being used in any kind of coercion? And Mr. Ferguson said, you're going to have to elaborate a little bit more on that, right? And, basically, the defense basically asked him in cross-examination involving sex trafficking or any other thing. And Mr. Ferguson said, no. That right there alone, if you bring in the financial guy, right, and trying to saying that these businesses or Sean Combs' enterprise was used in the furtherance of a racketeering and corrupt organization, like what? What's the benefit? Like I said, if Diddy was running, if he was running prostitutes and things like that and benefit by sending, say he had 300 women working for him, and, he was getting money and gaining, ill-gotten gain from that, then I could see that, yeah. But this situation here, no. What was the benefit? Cassie? He already had her. He was paying for everything for her. So what do you mean? So how does that work? He wasn't selling her to other men, right? So yeah, that's the part that like I said, most people are not paying attention to. Ladies and gentlemen, they're on a break right now. So but yeah, like I said, and so you get, like I said, you get these other YouTube channels, right? With nothing else to really report on, they'll take one piece of something and tell you that it was the most damaging, the most damning thing in the world, when simply, when you go back and look at what's going on, it simply wasn't, right? It was simply something that was said. Now, like I said, who they're coming up with next, what I'm interested to see is, will the defense cross-examine the videographer guy? I don't even think they're going to bother. Yeah, it's a waste of time. It's the waste of the court's time, man. Taxation without representation, man. So they said, 6 to 8 weeks the trial will last, right? Look, once again, Diddy trial live updates, new video of Cassie, a new and listen. I'm peeping this right now on another YouTube channel, right? You know what I mean? Who is that? One of the New York magazines basically saying Diddy trial live updates, new video of Cassie hotel beating being shown. It's not a new video. It's the same video. You see what I mean? See the manipulation? A new video. No, oh, they got a new video? You know, people be like, click, click, click. They got a new, no, it's not a new video. It's the same video. But this is what they do. This is what they do. I get it. I understand it. But it's like, it's so dishonest. It's so dishonest, man. RB in the building. Rolando G, JP Six Gunner, Annan Lee back in. Singor, Mr. Bill. Who else? Anthony X, what's good? Brooke Dawn, what's good? Right, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I mean, you know, and you absolutely right about that Brooke Dawn. But you know, the sad part about it is you don't need to pay nobody off. All somebody got to do is like I said, just as much as they use hate, all somebody got to do is look at Diddy and say, hey man, you know what? I don't know how many African Americans, and I'll tell you this straight up, because like I said, usually back in the day when they would hitting African Americans with cases and things like that, you know, they was using all white juries. We know that to be a fact, right? But more importantly than that, check this out. So I don't know how many black people on the jury. So let's say the black people on the jury say, you know what? Nah. You know, they done too much to us. Then they go back to the OJ situation. Cassie's not white, dealing with that situation. But from that perspective, when you think about, you know, how they've been doing things over the years, you know, even when letting like the white South Africans in America, but then, you know, anybody else, you know, they trying to get everybody else out because they saying that, yeah, they killing farmers and things like that in South Africa and all of that, right? You know, Trump put up pictures of, it wasn't even South Africa, it was the Congo. You know what I mean? He put up pictures of the Congo and tried to say that it was South Africa, right? Not knowing those are two different countries and on the continent of Africa. You know what I'm saying? So when you understand, like I said, what's been going on and you know, the manipulation and the games that get played, right? You know, all you need is those jurors to say, no, we're not going for it. You know what I mean? Yeah, he a bad guy. Yeah, he did what he did. Yeah, you know, the domestic violence aspect. But he wasn't no criminal. And I'm talking about based on the evidence, not based on the racial thing, based on the evidence. The guy who was the CFO said, nah, that he was there from the beginning. He seen the company built from the ground up. You know what I mean? Understanding that alone, like, hold on. You know, now they want us to think that somehow, some way, that Sean P. Diddy Combs created his company with ill-gotten gain. Right? You know. And I wonder, like, you know, because a lot of times off the record, like, and then they go into the judges' chambers, you know, they talk like regular people. You know what I mean? The judge is the lawyer also. They talk like regular people. So my thing is, when the judge, you know, they talk sometimes, we're like, you know, hey, Mr. Smizer, you know, the prosecution, hey, Mr. Smizer, you don't have a really strong case here. I'd try to work out a deal. You know what I mean? You know, a lot of times, you know, judges do make those suggestions. You know what I mean? I really don't say, you know, and like I said, or the defense says, hey, Your Honor, you know, we can't have them keep playing the video, or they can keep playing the video. Sometimes the defense might feel like that works in their favor. Them keep playing that video over and over and over and over and over and over again. Right? You know, so, but like I said, once again, it's to say, hey, they showed you the video 10 times. I mean, but they didn't show you any kind of racketeering and corrupt organization. They showed you domestic situations. We basically, in the beginning of the case, they basically said our client does not dispute that. This did happen. It was domestic. It was not what they're trying to imply it to be. right? Okay, cool. Yeah, absolutely, Anthony X. So, so they still on break, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, do me a favor. I'll be right back. Like I said, they on break. I'll be right back. Right back. back, ladies and gentlemen. We back. So they decided to cross-examination, and Teeny Garagos, Mark Garagos' daughter, she's doing the cross-examination. Basically, she said there are 2 minutes shown, right? Well, if you go before that, Judge, yes, they only this is the only said this is only for the witness. Judge, yes. Garagos, so you called it cheap, right? Piazza, I don't know when this document was created. Garagos, but you thought the system was cheap. Piazza, in a way, right? Garagos, let me play you 10C103. Teeny Garagos, there are 2 minutes not shown. Piazza, this is my corrected version, but there are a few issues that we cannot correct. The system is buffering some of that time, and some portions were motion activated, meaning I guess the camera, like, you know, you walk into a certain, what's the name, and the camera cut on, or if you got Ring cameras outside your house, like when you come in, you understand, or you hear that beep beep beep, you know, when somebody's in front of your house, the mailman or whoever, kids playing or whatever. So basically the same approach. Let me try to bring y'all up on some more context, man. Let's see. Basically, expert Frank Piazza created a compilation of all 3 surveillance videos to show a timeline of events as they took place on March 5th, 2016, the day that Diddy attacked Cassie at the Intercontinental Hotel. Piazza say he put the videos together in a way to track the movements of the violent outbursts, right? Once again, remember I told you, they got him to make a compilation, right, of the movements of the videos, of basically of the violent outbursts, to try to get the most impact for the jury, basically disguising it as some kind of authentication process, right? One of the cell phone videos was also included in the timeline. Piazza used a black screen in between each time the camera was changed, right? So in the edit, a portion, boom, black screen, this portion, boom, boom, once again, to give the maximum impact, like I said. In the compilation video shown to the jury, Diddy was seen running out of the hallway and assaulting Cassie. The rapper drugged her out of the elevator area to the hallway while carrying a bag. On the video, Cassie then picked up the handset mounted on the wall while Diddy walked away and disappeared to the right before reemerging. At first, Diddy appeared to have nothing in his hand, but eventually his cell phone was visible. Later in the video, Diddy picked up the vase in the elevator and threw it at her. We seen all of that, right? So like I said, once again, ladies and gentlemen, this was done for nothing more than to show the video once again, if you want to be perfectly honest. So when Teeny Garagos first started, one of Combs' defense attorney has begun cross-examination. Like I said, you know, they've already begun the depiction of, you know, video expert witnesses, you know, when they do the headlines, you know, of the these big news organizations. Video, what's the name? Depicts, you know, Combs blah, 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 and so on and so forth. Like, another headline, forensic video experts enhance sexually explicit video at trial. Okay. They didn't show nothing. The videos are under seal, right? Now, notice with the video, the sex videos, right? Notice they didn't play none of that in court, right? He said they used it to enhance the audio, right? From that perspective. So, let's play the audio. Let's get into it. Let some of these reporters that are in the courtroom describe what's being said in the audio. Is she enjoying it? Does she like it? Is it contrary to what she said, or does it goes along with her narrative, Cassie's narrative? You know what I mean? Or better yet, the prosecution's narrative, if you will. Let me see. And talking about the payoff yesterday, there has not been much about the case that's unambiguous. Witnesses have testified that they idolized Sean Combs, even as he repeatedly abused them. Cassie Ventura, whose accounts of being coerced to have sex with prostitutes are the central to the government's case. Once again, so I didn't really see the Mia. Mia never was. And this is the crazy part. And let's be clear, right? Because a lot of dudes who claim to be pimps or who have prostitutes or whatever, they always say that the white prostitute make the most money or whatever, right? So now Mia was white, right? She didn't testify that Diddy got her to have sex with other men for money or anything like that. So you see what I'm saying? Now, if you would think that he was into that and it was some kind of corrupt criminal enterprise, you would think that he would be doing that with everybody he's dealing with. I want you to, I want you to have sex with my man right here, while I watch or whatever. And that's simply not the case. So if Mia came in and testified that that was the case and that's what happened, right? Okay, now we got something like, damn, dude, he out here really, that didn't happen. This was a situation between him and Cassie, which was consensual, and where Cassie would call up, like I said, let's not forget in the beginning, the dude Daniel Phillips, the first sex worker to testify, basically testified that when he came into the room, Cassie handed him money. Cassie called him on the phone under the guise of having some kind of bachelorette party, and when she got there and it was something different, and they paid the money and so on and so forth, but she was the one that the money transferred from. So we can't overlook that. You know what I mean? As much as the government wants us to not really, don't see that for what that is, we need you to listen to what we're saying. It's crazy. It's crazy. So basically, to have sex with prostitutes are the central to the government sex trafficking case against Combs, and basically sent texts appearing to express enthusiasm for free calls, right? Yeah, Cassie did send texts expressing enthusiasm for free calls. Point blank, period. I mean, as much as they don't want us to see that, here we go again, ladies and gentlemen. Miss Garagos, Diddy's attorney. Let's again play the male coming into the elevator bank at 11:02, and then the timestamps are jumping around on the video. Cassie is being kicked on the ground, piazza. It's constantly playing catch up, right? See, listen, and this is a great cross. It's constantly playing catch up. We don't know what's going on, right? This is what she's trying to put. She's trying to put doubt in the jury mind. Garagos, play ahead. We're at 11:28 in the video. So basically, that's why That's why Eddie Garcia's straightforward and largely uncontested testimony stands out, right? About the $100,000 payoff. Said Garcia was working security at the Intercontinental Hotel in 2016 on the day that Sean Combs attacked Ventura, his then girlfriend, at the elevator bank on the 6th floor. Garcia recounted being approached multiple times by Combs, a chief of staff. Then Combs himself, as they tried to obtain the security footage of the attack. Combs referred to him as Eddie, my angel. Garcia recounted on the stand. He kept repeating. He said he kept repeating that sounded like a good guy and he believed I could help. Garcia testified that after the supervisor agreed to give Combs the video in exchange for money, Garcia met with Combs and received $100,000 in cash from a brown paper bag. The jury viewed the contracts Garcia signed for Combs, avowing that no other copies of the video existed and that he wouldn't disclose their deal, right? And like I said, they didn't cross-examine Eddie Garcia at all. They didn't even bother to do it. Like I said, it happened, like I said. And that was for the betterment of Cassie and Diddy, not just Diddy. Like I said, Cassie stayed with Diddy 2 years after that and was with him 2 days after that. You know, according to what they testified to with the black eye and everything. So, yeah, it's crazy. So video experts say, listen, and this is key right here because I understand now. Video experts says he got surveillance video from prosecutors, but he doesn't know where they got it, right? So the forensic expert, Frank Piazza, said he received the surveillance video of the 2016 Intercontinental Hotel altercation from prosecutors. When asked, Piazza said that he didn't know where the prosecutors got the footage. Right? Which is very key. Footage of sex acts filed under seal. The prosecution filed into evidence under seal 10. They got 10. Listen to, ladies and gentlemen, they got 10 sex videos involving Ventura. The footage was dated between 2012 and 2014 and came from a user file marked Frank Black, an alias Combs allegedly used while traveling. So basically, they're saying that I guess Puffy filmed it on her phone or may have sent it to her. We're not really sure about that. That's basically 3 minutes ago. It's interesting, man. What we talking about in the chat, y'all. Just trying to bring y'all up to speed on what's going on. We don't know who Jane Doe is yet. Oh, what's her name? Brianna. Some girl named Brianna supposed to testify, and the government allegedly gave her immunity. Yeah, absolutely, Ray Jones. Yeah, they Sash Dre, what's good? Mark Jag, what's good? Cut Creatives. What do you say? Well, it wasn't even that she wanted to do whatever she could to make Diddy happy. Like I said, she testified to the fact that she wanted to be in a situation and she wanted to be his girl and all of those things. And like I said, Diddy was taking care of everything. You know, the car, the condo, the credit cards, the phone. You know what I mean? The allowance, all of those things. Like I said, ladies and gentlemen, most people that don't really understand. This is the thing. When Cassie left Diddy, Cassie basically, for all intents and purposes, left Diddy broke. It's just as simple as that. When she left Diddy, she went back to her mother's house in Connecticut. You know what I mean? And as much as they want to blame, Diddy or whoever else that they want to blame for whatever else that they want to blame him for, okay. You know what I mean? But that's what it was. She was married to the dude. She married the guy Mark Fine. Okay, cool. You cool to choose who you choose to be with, right? You know, and so then came the lawsuit. And see, this is the thing that make me think the guy, Mark Fine, he was behind it because, like I said, he was close proximity because he was Diddy's trainer before he was Cassie's trainer. That's how they met. And so, once again, the sneaking, conniving, underhanded, we've seen the video, all of that stuff. But like I said, Cassie also Michael B. Jordan, some NFL football player. So all of these constraints and chains that they claim Diddy had on her is simply not true, based on the evidence and the real-time documentation that we've seen, the emails, all of those things that we've seen. You know what I mean? Absolutely. And then, they probably was like, well, look, hey, we can file a lawsuit. You know what I mean? Saying that he forced you to do it, Okay, they filed a lawsuit. Diddy settled the lawsuit? I think he knew that Cassie had the those videos. I think that was the embarrassing thing for him to show that he was getting off on her having, being with other guys and things like that. So he settled the lawsuit. Okay, cool. The feds pick up the lawsuit and it was like, yeah, and probably threatened her and was like, hey, you participated in interstate sex trafficking according to your lawsuit, right? Right? So you participated in interstate sex trafficking according to your lawsuit, Cassie. Really? And we're thinking about charging you based on your admissions in this lawsuit if you don't help us go get Diddy. And she did it. Basically, this is not Cassie lawsuit against Diddy. This is the government against Diddy. And Cassie was a witness for the government. It's just as simple as that. So anybody that can't see that for what that's worth, then they just don't want to see it. So now Mark Fine, is richer than he's ever been, at the expense of his former client, right? 4 minutes ago, the female picks up the phone. There's some sort of cut. Can you explain? Piazza, can you back up and go frame by frame? Garrett goes, sure. But is the male separated from her? Piazza, yes. The bag drop triggered it? Garrett goes, 10 seconds difference. So it's a 10 seconds difference, right? From when, I guess, the bag drop basically triggered the video from going on and off, or triggered the motion detector in the video. And Tina Garagos basically said there's a 10-second difference. So basically she's trying to question as to where did that 10 seconds go. You know what I mean? The government still hasn't said, where they got the video from that perspective. So like I said, once again, if the young lady Mia, who Brian Steele destroyed her on the stand, if the young lady Mia came out and said that, yeah, Diddy had forced her to be with other people, and why they were doing this, she basically testified that Diddy sexually assaulted her. which came out to be, we just simply didn't believe it. For most people that were here listening to the play-by-play, every day, simply did not believe her based on the fact that she was still writing Diddy love letters and birthday, wishes and all of this other nonsense that she was doing, right? And then basically, getting $200,000 and then lawyering up, never mentioning anything to the prosecution about sex assault or nothing like that until after she got a new civil lawyer, anticipating that she gonna file a lawsuit like Cassie did. She seen Cassie get 20 million. She felt like, you know what, if Cassie got some money, all I gotta do is lie and say something happened to me too, and he'll pay, right? I don't think so. You know what I mean? And so when you think about that and you understand that, it's like, you gotta be real careful, man, the people that you let into your orbit. People say anything, man, for a couple. And like I said, at the end of the day, they really don't have no real good intentions for the money. You can see 9 times out of 10, they broke before they, you know what I mean? Before you turn around, they back to square one. Now that scheme has been ran dry, Well, it wasn't even so much as asking for an attorney. You can get subpoenaed and you can plead the fifth, right? The under threat of, like I said, I'm telling you what they did to Cassie. She put all of that stuff in that civil case, right? That they were playing guys and flying people from out of state and all of this, right? She set herself up not knowing, or maybe knowing, who knows, right? But when that information came out, you gotta understand that she basically incriminated herself. Now the government can now look into that and say, oh, well, this is a crime. Go to Cassie and say, hey, you know what? You basically participated in, and then they go and interview some of the people. That's why when they release the pictures of all of the male sex workers, if they go talk to them, basically talking to them, what did the dude say? What did Daniel Phillips say? That he got money from Cassie, right? They take that information from interviewing Daniel Phillips, and they said, well, oh, Cassie paid you money? Well, Mr. Phillips, we have him testifying, basically said that you paid him money. So basically, you participated in interstate sex trafficking, whatever. There you have it. We don't really want you. We want you to testify against Mr. Combs. There you go. Okay. So they filed the indictment, right? This is a RICO case. All of these people participated. They have a one-man RICO case, ladies and gentlemen. There's nobody else that's been arrested. It speaks volumes as to what's really going on. Simple. Yeah, you see what I'm saying? So that's why she testified, went in there, she glad she done. She got 10 million from the Intercontinental, 20 million from Diddy. She living her best life. More money than she would have ever made probably doing music. And the person that, and listen to this, good, bad, or indifferent, right? For all of the shit that she went through dealing with Diddy, right? She made more, if it wasn't for dealing with Diddy, she wouldn't have nothing. That we understand, not rewinding it and trying to say, well, she could have went over here and got to deal with Def Jam. Or she could have went over here and, no, you 30 million up and the lawyers are 40% of that 30, right? Richer because of what this is. Yeah, it's even crazier. So yeah, absolutely. So when you think about really what's going on, it's like, whatever, man. Man, people can say anything, man. You got people out here making accusations about things, man, that's simply not true. And some of it is. But like I said, once again, it doesn't, if the person making the accusation, like I'll give you the situation with 50 Cent. When the young lady, she filed a lawsuit against 50 Cent and he won. And it was like people were like, oh, don't be so hard on her, 50. So you mean to tell me somebody could file a lawsuit against you, right? And then once they file the lawsuit against you, thinking that they're going to win, thinking she was on some defamation type, Me Too type move, and then now she lost. Now it's don't go hard on her? If she would have won, she would have went hard on him because the ultimate goal for her was money. Right? So, I mean, you know what I mean? It's like, oh, she get a practice run, and now it's real in the field. Somebody else, 50 Cent, also just won another lawsuit, where he can go after somebody's house that I believe stole some money from him. You know what I mean? And he going after the house, right? Because guess what they would do? They would do the same thing to him. They don't care. The goal is money. So. What flash drive? I'm cut creators. I'm unfamiliar with the flash drive you're talking about. What flash drive is that? Okay, here we go again, ladies. So programming note, right? I lost track of the thread for some time. So listen, the videographer dude is now testifying that he lost track of the thread for some time, kept reverting to on the ground 1 hour ago. Now resuming, but this needs to be fixed, right? Combs, Garagos, let's watch it again. Did we just jump about 10 seconds on the timestamp? Yes. Like I said, the video, look, if the video's tainted, right, and it's showing some kind of craziness, not that the jury won't believe it, but like I said, when you talking about having evidence, and you talk about it being what it's supposed to be, ladies and gentlemen, yeah, this is very important. This is supposed to be key evidence. So, as it stands right now, hey, let's see what happens, man. So I think Tina Garagos is doing a great job. Like I said, once again, if you look at you say day 16, Diddy trial in trouble, right? Star witness may help the defense. Star witnesses may help the defense. Now I heard it. A lot of these witnesses that have been put up by the prosecution have ended up helping Diddy's case. This video right here, right now, as far as Tina Garagos is, the job that she's doing at the end of the day, there's a 10-second skip. The videographer dude is having trouble explaining, you know what I mean, what that is and what that means, right? Garagos said, hey, let's watch it again. Did we just jump about 10 seconds on the timestamp? Like, yo, what is that? That could be manipulation. You know what I mean? Or it could be frames or something taken out. Once again, the prosecution is not saying that I know of as of yet where they got the video from. So from that perspective, like I said, that's very important. So basically, a forensic expert explains motion-activated cameras only update timestamps with distinct movement, right? Defense attorney Tina Garagos is reviewing the surveillance video clips, focusing on the time codes that jump instead of advancing second by second in real time. She describes the time code changes with phrases like jump and missing time, suggesting it almost appears as if the video's time was cut, right? Once again, this is true. And so on the stand, like I say, once again, as far as the the videographer, he's basically saying, yeah, that was a 10-second jump, right? So like her said, the words, like once again, using certain words, and like I said, she described the time code changes with phrases like jump, missing time, suggesting it almost appears as if the video's time was cut. A forensic video expert, Frank Piazza, explained that the motion triggers a timestamp changes in the camera system. Although a person might be visible in the frame, the motion-activated cameras do not update the timestamp until they detect movement, right? So, like I said, the prosecution filed under evidence, under seal, 10 sex videos involving Ventura. The footage was dated between 2012 and 2014. So they got 10 sex videos, ladies and gentlemen. 10 sex videos. But they haven't played those yet. Why? So my thing is, if they're filing them under seal, I mean, why wouldn't they play them? You got the video showing that Diddy was, doing all of this stuff. I mean, we would love to see it, if they could show it to us. You know what I mean? We would love to see it. Don't make us wait for it. Show it to us. Or show it to the court so that the reporters in the court could describe it to us of what we're actually seeing. I mean, this is what they hint. This is what they basically hinge their whole case on, right? These videos. "12 seconds ago, here we go. Combs Garrett goes, did you see the translucent or a ghost-like figure in the cell phone video as in the surveillance video? Piazza, the cell phone video was not high quality enough to capture it. Garrett goes, but it's not there. It is not. Ladies and gentlemen, Garrett goes doing a hell of a job, y'all. They got ghost-like figures in the video, right? She pointing out the discrepancy between the cell phone video and the video actually. Listen, once again, ladies and gentlemen, check it out. Garrett goes, did you see the translucent or ghost-like figure in the cell phone video as in the surveillance video? Piazza, the cell phone video was not high quality enough to capture it. Garrett goes, but it's not there. It is not, right? Once again, establishing that doubt, right? Being able to establish, what one needs to establish in regards to that. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Right? During Frank Piazza's, this is another side note, during Frank Piazza's testimony, the defense played the surveillance footage showing timestamps jumping around. The video excerpts claim that the frames were counted in each second, and some only have a couple of frames, but the system corrects itself and catches up. The jury was shown the video from 11/11/57 to 11/12/08, frame by frame, to observe the timestamp. In the video, Cassie is on the phone attached to the wall in the elevator lobby. There are 10 seconds of missing time. Piazza explained that it's not uncommon for security systems to have sensitivity of motion activation guide whether it's triggered or not. He said that if there is motion, the timestamp will change. According to Piazza, Cassie in the corner and Diddy's just standing is not considered moving. He claimed the timestamp didn't change until there was distinct motion, which sounds about true. What we talking about? What we talking about? Said one of them ring camera aliens laughing out loud. Craig Tillman in the building. Block Rock in the building. Oliver Tim. Or not only if they see that they doctoring footage, if they suspect that the government is doctoring footage, right? Like I said, they had dude make a compilation video. And like I said, I don't know what the compilation video got to do with anything, but like I said, they just wanted to show the video again. Yeah, you're right about, they won't show it because it'll make, yeah, absolutely. But like I said, this is what they hinged their whole case on, though. I mean, I don't know why, but like I said, Baltimore World, what's good? Classy in the building. But they have a young lady by the name of Brianna. The girl Brianna, Blogden, I think her last name is. She got immunity, and she'll be testifying, I think, later on. I think she might be up next. Yeah. So. Let me see. Okay, Frank Piazza, forensic expert, and Brianna Bongolan, who alleges that Diddy dangled her over the apartment balcony, are scheduled to testify today. So the young lady that claims that Diddy dangled her over the apartment balcony, she's scheduled to testify after the forensic. That should be interesting. Basically, we know Combs faces 5 criminal counts, 1 count of racketeering, a racketeering conspiracy, 2 counts of sex trafficking by force. And like I said, 2 counts of sex trafficking by force. Like, who are the 2 counts? Like I said, my thing is, who's the other count? Like that, I think Cassie would be one. They say 2 counts of sex trafficking by force, fraud and coercion, right? Where's the fraud? Where's the fraud or coercion? And 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution has come basically, yeah, ladies and gentlemen. So it's 2 counts of sex, to be, on more on point about it. 2 counts of sex trafficking, 2 counts of sex trafficking by force, right? Fraud and coercion. Like when you look at, like now you really look at the charges that Diddy's facing at this particular point, you can't really see it. Michael Parker, it was mentioned. What do you say, Michael Parker? Yeah, kids, what's up? Thank you. Michael Parker, he said it was mentioned that the NDA allowed for the hotel to notify police. What kind of criminal would allow an agreement if they're bribing somebody? Absolutely. Like I said, you got a lot of different lawyers see it different ways, right? At the end of the day, my thing is Diddy was lied to. As a matter of fact, let's be clear, he was lied to. Number one, he was lied to because they told him that was the only copy of the video after they took the $100,000. So right now, as it stands, Diddy can now go and sue Garcia and the other guy in relation to what that is about them lying about the video. So, when you think about the big part, Chat Martin, what's good? Yaya kids, thanks. Mr. Parker, thanks. I appreciate it. So understanding that, when we understand that aspect of it, they lied to Diddy, right? He kept it 100. I was drunk. I had a rough night. It was a tough night, and they even testified to that. You see what I'm saying? And so with that being said, it's like, okay, so what are we hoping to get from this? Like I said, the prosecution, as you just heard, I just read to you what the counts are, what the charges are, right? The charges, Diddy's facing, these are the charges. Faces 5 criminal counts, 1 count of racketeering and conspiracy, 2 counts of sex trafficking by force, fraud or coercion, and 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. I'm trying to find out, I guess they're saying 2 counts instead of 1 count, because if we can get them on the 1 count, then it's not the 2 counts. Like I said, these are things that the government does to try to shore up a conviction, if you will, right? And so when we understand that aspect of it, then we can, really break down, and then you can see, okay, cool. If this is the parameters that they're working in, right, as far as what they need to discover, from our perspective as lay people, right, have they done so? I mean, and I'm asking the chat that, like, yo, do you think that they've, showed us 2 counts of sex trafficking by force, fraud or coercion, and 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution, or 1 count of racketeering and conspiracy, right? Conspiracy, it's like, you conspiring with others, right? So, okay, now, this is the RICO case. They got a 1-man RICO case. Who was he? My thing is conspiracy, right? You're conspiring with others. Who was Diddy conspiring with? In order to further a criminal enterprise. I'm just trying to figure it out, man. If somebody can help me out in the chat, you know what I mean? I want y'all to help me out. Who, like I said, who did he conspire with to further this alleged criminal enterprise? And what was the benefit? What was the monetary benefit to Diddy? As we know, Diddy was paying for Cassie's house, her car, her phone, her credit cards, giving her an allowance, all of these things. What was the benefit? Diddy and Cassie were boyfriend and girlfriend, right? they read text messages earlier where Diddy is talking to D-Rock, and basically Cassie is calling on the phone, and he's telling D-Rock to tell her that I'm done with her. But Cassie still wants to see him. You know what I mean? So, yeah, like I said, Baltimore World, right, one-man RICO, this shit is crazy. And like I said, and I understand for all intents and purposes, people want to say what they want to say. And like I said, everybody's free to think what they want to think. But you can't have two sets of facts. You can only have one set of facts. Like I said, the thing I like about the defense is like every time they brought out witnesses from the prosecution, it ended up being something that the defense wind up flipping to their advantage, because the testimony that they're giving today simply didn't match up with the communications that were happening in real time that they brung to cross-examine the witness. You know, you can tell me today, yeah, man, it was all his fault. We was in this drug conspiracy. We was getting money and ba-da-da-da, but it was all him. You know what I mean? We was just underlings, and he told us if we didn't sell the drugs, he was going to kill us, right? But then they come back with phone conversations, with the wiretaps, that your co-defendant's lawyer, because they on the stand testifying against him, basically, and saying, no, here's a phone conversation from April 13th, whatever date, and y'all on the phone kicking it, yeah, we getting this money, son, and right? That shit don't add up with what you saying in court today. What you saying in court today was it was all his fault. We heard from this April conversation, y'all was getting money. Y'all was having women and, doing all of these other things. So that's the part that I think people need to really pay attention to when you think about the big picture. That's what's going on here. You know what I mean? It's a revisionist case. People coming up, I didn't really want to do it. He made me do it. No, that ain't what the truth is. The truth is you was with it. You was down with it. You was paying the sex workers when they came there. You was calling the sex workers under false pretenses in order to engage in what was threesomes. And it's just as simple as that. Right? They sidebarring, ladies and gentlemen. Check it out. Basically, a woman ago, the prosecution does these videos. So basically, Garagos ended hers, right? Does these videos reliably and accurately depict what happened? Piazza, yes. Judge, you may go. Before the next witness, have a sidebar. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to get busy. Here come Brianna, the girl that said she was hung over the balcony, y'all. Hit the like button, hit the share button. Like I said, once again, ladies, hit the thumbs up button. If you have not subscribed to the channel, please do. It is very much appreciated, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. It's about to get busy now. You know what I mean? They said hell have no fury like a woman scorned. So from what we're about to hear from the young lady, Brianna, and they gave her immunities, just so y'all know. She demanded immunity, and the court and the government gave her immunity to testify. Let me go back up here. What'd you say, Michael Parker? Cassie thus far is the only co-conspirator, if you're going by an extremely loose and vague definition set forth by the government. No RICO. Absolutely, Mr. Parker. Like I said, and like I said, if there was some sort of RICO, she would be complicit. Like I said, what the defense didn't ask her was she given immunity? And I don't think that they needed to ask her that based on the fact that they should have asked her, but like I said, they decided not to. So, we can't really do nothing about that. It is what it is, right? So they got a sidebar, ladies and gentlemen. Shit, look to me like if Brianna, like I said once again, what we can plan on hearing is The situation where Brianna was she seen Diddy hit Cassie, but like I said, we really don't know what she gonna say. So we're gonna see right now what she gonna say. Let's go. Like I said, right now they're in the sidebar. Let me see if I can bring y'all some more content. So that was so uneventful, right? You know what I mean? That was so uneventful. Jeannie Gargos did a good job, though. Like I said, all you trying to establish in the jury is some sort of doubt. You know what I mean? Trying to establish some sort of doubt, right? What is it? It's beyond a reasonable doubt, they say, right? So all in all, there was a 55-second difference from the video that was shown and the video that the guy said that he edited. So that compilation that he made. So he made the compilation video basically showing that. R Hill, what's good? Welcome back. Mo Better. Fact Check TV. Who's that? Nate Smith, Craig Tillman. Annan Lee. We up in the building, y'all. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the thumbs up, please. Get the likes up. Share, like I said. All of the people who've been down with us, since the beginning. Appreciate you guys once again. Like I said, we're going to keep trekking on. Let's get to this next witness, man. Let's get to this next witness. We're back, ladies and gentlemen. Brianna's on the stage, ladies. She's on the stand, ladies and gentlemen. They're back. Prosecutors, the government calls Brianna Bongolan. What else are you called? Bana. Prosecution. Who do you work for? Say what? What do you do? What do you work in? Fashion and design. Prosecutors. What did Mr. Combs do to you? Bongolan. He held me over a 17-story balcony. Uh-oh. She said Diddy held her over a 17-story balcony, ladies and gentlemen. Woo! Let's go. Let's go. That's not racketeering, y'all. What do we talk about? Like I said, man, what do we talk about? Incidents of violence? And like I said, we don't know if this is true. She just saying what she's saying. You know what I mean? We're going to find out if she got a lawyer too. Right? We're going to find out if she got a lawyer and she planning on suing now too, ladies and gentlemen. You say side note, Born King say side note, the defense is not showing its whole hand on cross because when the prosecutor arrests the defense has to get busy. Well, I mean, like I said, yeah, you know what I mean? Once again, when it comes to being able to present or not present, like I said, once again, we're going to see what happens. This should be very interesting. That's why we say it should be very interesting. Right? Yeah, she got immunity too, man. She got immunity, man. She got immunity from the government, man. I got a letter from the government the other day. Here we go. Look, prosecution. Any after effects? Bongolan. A night terrors. Okay. I wake up in my sleep. Prosecution. Who is this? Shows a photo. Bongolan. It's Cassie Ventura. Cassie, my friend. I met her in 2013 at Young and Reckless, the streetwear company. Then at Diamond Designs. Okay. Did y'all try to look up let me see. What is it? Yeah, I'm trying to look it up. See what image. So Brianna appears to be Filipino. She's of Filipino descent, I believe. He was Filipino or Latino descent. Ladies and gentlemen. They gave her immunity already, so. Prosecution. How would you describe Cassie's relationship with Mr. Combs? Bongolan. Volatile, right? I did not want to meet him right away. I had seen a black eye. She begged me to meet him. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. See what I'm saying? I say what I'm seeing, right? See what I'm saying? Cassie begging. Brianna said she didn't want to meet him. Cassie begged her to meet him. What's really going on? He said, there goes the abuse. Exactly, anonymously. But like I said, once again, it's abuse. I mean, I'm trying to figure out what's actually going on with the goings on as far as, with this racketeering thing, man. This is not if this was domestic violence, he would have been convicted 5 times over already, right? Prosecution. Where did Mr. Combs live? Bongolan. I think in like Beverly Hills. Combs. Nicole Westmoreland. Objection. Speculation. Judge. Ask another question. See, like I said, now that was a good objection. So I guess Nicole Westmoreland is going to cross-examine her, maybe. Right. Prosecution. Where did Mr. Combs live? Bongolan. I think. When she says I think, in Beverly Hills, right? So let's be clear. Westmoreland. Objection. Speculation. Judge. Ask another question. Prosecution. Do you know the name of the street? Bongolan. Mapleton. 200 South Mapleton. That was a great objection, though. Great objection. I think 200 Mapleton. My thing is, she said, I think Beverly Hills, but then they asked her the address. And then she said 200 South Mapleton, right? Tell she was kind of coached. She said, I think she know the address, but first you would know where it is before you would know the address directly. So we need you to remember this, 200 South Mapleton. Can you remember that? You think you remember that? Because we're going to ask you that on the stand. Crazy, man. They might not, listen, ladies and gentlemen, they might not even cross-examine her, man. Right? Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Check it out. Prosecutors, what did you do with Cassie? Bongolan, drugs. Right. She looked like a type of person that, like I looked her up on the internet, ladies and gentlemen. I Googled her. She looked like she used a few drugs in her time. You know what I mean? And we'd go shopping. We'd hang out with Deontay and others, right? Prosecution. Is this a photo of you and Cassie shopping? Bongolan. Yes. In April of 2016, Puff texts Cassie, asked where she was, sent a list of where we'd been. So basically, Puffy called her, texted her, asked her where she was at, and then she sent the list of where they'd been back to Diddy, according to Miss Bongolan. Prosecutors, had you or Cassie told Mr. Combs where you were? Bongolan, no. Prosecutors, how did it make you feel? Westmoreland, objection, overruled. Bongolan, like, oh my God, he knows where we've been. Prosecutors, this shit is crazy. Oh my God, he knows where we have been, right? Whatever, dude. The dramatics, man. Bongolan, like, oh my God, he knows where we've been. Prosecutors, where would you sleep at Cassie's? Couch or balcony? What? I don't know how that worked. The couch or the balcony? I don't know what kind of balcony they got. What kind of balcony she had? I mean, was it summertime? Man. Dear M in the house. TC Academy. Mark Jag. UST FU 678. Classy in the building. Natalie got your back. Welcome everybody. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the share button. Appreciate you guys, yo. Let me say she slept on the balcony. She was really trying to be close, wasn't she? Are you sleeping on the balcony over at Cassie's house? Go home. You see, I knew once Diddy hoes came, it was going to be a circus. JP Six Gunner. She says it was good. It was good for dangling. That kind of balcony, I guess. Right. Yeah, I guess so, right? Mr. Vino Gotti, I guess so. Yeah. On the balcony. What the fuck is that? She wants to stay bad. Be like, yo, I see you tomorrow. But you know, if they getting high, they don't want them to get high binges, right? She don't really care. 7 seconds ago, prosecution. Did Mr. Combs come over? Bongolan, yes. He banged on the door and came in, right? Prosecution. Do you know how? Bongolan, I don't know. He was upset. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop. See, this is the part where, you know, we get to the part where when people claim they don't know how and they don't know. Ladies and gentlemen, Diddy was paying for the apartment. It's already been testified that Diddy had a key to the apartment, right? So please stop acting like he might have kicked in the door. You know what I mean? Waving the 4-4, talking about Papa, don't hit me no more. You know what I mean? Like Biggie or something, you know? Yeah, please don't do that. You know what I'm saying? Right? Did Mr. Combs come over? Bongolan, yes. He banged on the door and came in. So she said he banged on the door and came in. What do you mean? Banged on the door. Okay, prosecution. Do you know how? Bongolan, I don't know. I don't know. He was upset. He threw a knife in her direction and she threw it back. Hello. Ooh. Hello. Hold on. She threw it back. This is the first time that we're hearing that Cassie fought back, because Cassie testified on the stand that she never fought back. Right? Am I right or am I wrong? If you've been following along, you know this. Were you doing drugs? I don't remember. See what I'm saying? Come on, man. Stop it, man. So Cassie threw the knife back. And she threw it back. So that tells me the situation, you know, partially of what she's saying is true. The situation was volatile. You know what I mean? So Cassie wasn't scared of no Diddy, man. We seen one aspect of what that was on that video and basically came to a conclusion. Huh? Now, I'm sure the jury might be taking note of that, right? The young lady said, I don't know. He was upset. He threw a knife in her direction. And she threw it back. And he left swiftly. Listen, she said, and he left swiftly. Ladies and gentlemen, we didn't get this. This is new testimony. Get the likes up. Get the share up. We over here sharing the truth, man. Breaking it down, understanding not only what they trying to tell us, but what they not trying to tell us. So he left swiftly. So he left. Okay. She claiming she don't remember that she was getting high. The drugs was that good. Hustle hard in the building. 21 seconds ago, right? Prosecutors, did you call the police? Bongolan, no. Why not? Bongolan, I was scared, right? Prosecutors, did you see injuries on Cassie? Bongolan, she showed me on FaceTime before makeup for the perfect match. Prosecutors, what did she say? Bongolan, she was quiet. Classy. He said, "What? Funny. She was scared." Yeah, maybe Diddy was scared of Classy. He left after she threw the knife back at him. He left swiftly. Right? Right or wrong? I know this is right. That's what I'm saying. Everybody, that's what I was telling you guys earlier. This revisionist line of questioning and these new stories and the revised version of what it is and what took place and all of those things, yeah, those parts, all of them, right? Absolutely, they were in a violent relationship. Was it RICO? No, come on, man. Like I said, oh, she threw the knife back. And you best believe, look, now that Bongolan said that, oh, they're going to cross-examine her. They're going to cross-examine her. Absolutely. Yeah, they're going to cross-examine her. Oh, so Cassie threw the knife back. Was this the only time that you saw that Cassie was violent towards Mr. Combs? I mean, nowadays what they classifying as a star witness, Mr. Glenn, I really don't know. You know what I mean? I thought Cassie was the star witness. Then they brung Mia up. They kept Mia on the stand longer than Cassie was up there. I don't know what they was trying to accomplish with her after they found out that she was lying. Natesman, I wouldn't say, like I said, we've seen the pictures of Kid Cudi in his car and everything like that. But the key to that was the fingerprints that they found at the scene, or I guess the potential Molotov cocktail. They said it was a partial print of a female, right? They don't have no pictures. They don't have nothing. Like I said, once again, it ain't what you think you know. It's what you can prove. They didn't prove that it was Diddy that was involved with that. One can go by speculation and hearsay and say, okay, yeah, well, Cassie said that, X, Y, and Z. Cassie now telling the world that she didn't want to do the freak offs. When in real time, when you look at the documentation, text messages, emails, the phone calls, the testimony from Phillips, the testimony from the Punisher, basically Cassie was the one making the phone calls. Now, if you can relate that and say, well, Diddy was telling her to do it. No, we can't say that. When they came in the room, Cassie was the one that was giving them the money. Cassie was the one that was lying and saying that her husband was Diddy and Diddy was her husband, right? And having these escorts thinking that they were a married couple, Diddy in the black mask and all of this, that, and the other. So, just from that perspective. So, like I said, one take it as they will. I do understand where, most people are trying to go with it. But like I said, it can't be just said. It has to be proven. You know what I mean? 55 seconds ago, Bongolan. We were at the party at the Blind Dragon, a karaoke bar in West Hollywood. Then we went to Cassie's house to help her pack. Deontay was there. Puff King. AUSA. Are you under subpoena? Bongolan, yes. I won't get in trouble if I am truthful. She said, yes, I won't get in trouble if I'm truthful. Yeah. You never know. You might get in trouble under cross-examination there, Bongolan. Mm-hmm. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. They rocking along. Prosecutors, did Mr. Combs provide you drugs? Bongolan, yes. One was called G. I'm not an avid user of ketamine. Marijuana, cocaine. Prosecutors, how often did you get drugs for Cassie? Bongolan, often. Oh, that's why she got immunity. She was the plug. She was a dope dealer. Okay. She had the dope. She knew to connect, right? Often. Those oxy pills, right? And see, listen to me, man. Listen to me, man. See, this is where it gets fucked up at, right? You give, so, and this is the part about where, when, if they're basically saying, coercion. They didn't, what about drug trafficking? Right? He ain't traffic no drugs, but the drugs, and people sitting back, they talking about, the drugs that he had in his house. I don't know, that's damaging. No, the drugs that Bongolan was selling, that dope she was selling. You know, that cocaine and oxy, yeah, she had joints bags, nickels and dime bags. She had good cold Colombian smoke. She had acid grain, good cocaine, nicotine, morphine, and amphetamines. To top it off, she had Tylenol. You know what I mean? If you had a headache or none of that shit was good. Hello. Let's talk about it. You know what I mean? And so when we talk about what's going on and what's really happening here is people giving immunity because they were selling drugs. Right? Now, you take somebody right now in Baltimore City or Washington, D.C., and they get caught with cocaine, oxy pills. Oh, man, they basically trying to classify you as the worst shit in the world. Right? All of a sudden, the government giving breaks. Man, get the fuck out of here, man. You know? And see, this is the thing about how racist the laws were, the drug laws were. And when Obama came in office, right, you know, that mandatory minimum thing, a lot of people was getting out, man. Come on, man. You got to be kidding me. Really? This is the joke. This is the joke. Check it out. The prosecutors. Did you get drugs from Mr. Combs? Did you get drugs from Mr. Combs? Yes. Once. Cocaine. Prosecutors. Did you sell drugs to others? Bongolan. Yes. Sometimes. She was a dope dealer, right? Yes. Sometimes. Prosecutors. Did you try with Mr. Combs to stop drugs? Bongolan. Yes. We tried to cook. She said we tried to cook, but there was a lot of drugs around. But I guess she's saying they tried to quit, but there were a lot of drugs around at that particular time. Oh, tried with Cassie, I'm sorry. Tried with Cassie to stop drugs. She said, yes, we tried to quit. I'm thinking quit. He put cook. Like I said, sometimes there's a typo, if you will. Put some context to this. They're going to take her to lunch, right? They're going to take her to lunch. Prosecution. Has Mr. Combs ever threatened you? A Bongolan, yes. Prosecution. Let me show you a photo from April 2016. Who is in it? Bongolan. This photographer who goes by the name of Bad Boy with an I, we thought it was cool that was his name. We thought we made some art, right? Okay. Trill 88 in the building. I am good in the building. Born King. Yeah. Cassie was a pretty face Cassie was a pretty face, man. In a lot of ways. And it's sad that, you know, a lot of times that gets you a lot, man. You know, being a pretty girl. Like I said, people, you know, underestimate that, you know, like when you, what pretty got to do with it? Yeah, pretty gets you a lot. You know what I mean? You know, and like I said, you know, a lot of guys, they go for that. Absolutely. You said they got perk heads up here testifying. Right. So she bought drugs for Diddy. Like, okay, he went to rehab. Cassie went to rehab. What are we talking about, ladies and gentlemen? A Bongolan. Puff came up close. He said, basically, Puff came up close to my face and said, I am the devil and I could kill you. She seems to, now she start crying, y'all. So now she crying on the stand. Prosecutors, were you taking drugs that day? Bongolan. Probably cocaine. They all high up tripping, man. Man, they high, they tripping. You know what I mean? Come on, man. Oh, wow. Yeah, probably cocaine. She's so high, she don't know what drugs they using on what day. Prosecution. Did you continue to see Mr. Combs after that? Bongolan, yes. Why? I don't know. See, look, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. You kept seeing Diddy because Diddy had the money. You had the dope. You was selling it. And he was a great motherfucking customer, ladies and gentlemen. See, people can't even be honest, man. Right? People can't even be honest. Let's be honest. I was the plug. They gave you immunity. I was the plug. He was the buyer. He had unlimited sources of money, right? And I was selling them drugs. I ain't even had to, she was probably making so much money off of Diddy, she didn't even have to even go have no more customers no more. If she could get whatever he wanted, oh man, she was good. Stop it. I don't know. I don't know why I kept hanging around. It could have been because he had fancy sneakers on. Prosecutor, did you tell the government about this threat in your first meeting? Bongolan, no. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, here's another person. Listen to me, ladies and gentlemen. Here's another person with this revisionist testimony I'm telling y'all about. So she go meets with the government. Did you tell and see, they trying to get it out before the defense start answer that question. Did you tell the government about this threat in your first meeting? No. Why? Westmoreland, objection. Sustained. Absolutely, Westmoreland. Great objection. Sustained. We could break here. So right now, ladies and gentlemen, they are going into lunch. I suggest that you stay around, right? Right? They're going into lunch, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. It ain't going to look good. When this cross-examination take place, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be off the hook. Y'all want to stay around, come back, hit the like button, hit the share button, subscribe to the channel if you had not already. Yeah, we're going to get into it. But like I said, more importantly, ladies and gentlemen, this book right here, Behind the Walls with Tupac Shakur, if you have not picked it up, it's on Amazon. Like I said, I just recently did an interview with the author, Donald Richardson, no relation to me. I did an interview with him on the Art of Dialogue, which will be coming up real soon, ladies and gentlemen. And like I said, this is a great book, a great read, based on true stories of what happened in Rikers Island with Tupac. You've heard a lot about all of the other stories. Like I said, even in the movie All Eyes on Me, it did not touch on these stories and the situation that happened at Rikers Island with Tupac. And like I said, if you have not picked it up yet, please do. It's a great read, short read, but it's a great read. And like I said, I did the interview with him on the Art of Dialogue coming up soon. Y'all want to check that out. Very interesting, ladies and gentlemen. But like I said, we will be back after lunch. Stay tuned. If you have not subscribed to the channel, please do. We appreciate each and every one of you guys, man. And like I said, tell a friend and share the feed. So like I said, we can get more people over here, man, so we can get into some of this straight game. I will be back. Like I said, yeah, your boy DELRAY. We'll be back after lunch, ladies and gentlemen. Check it out.
Life is like cards. It's not what you dealt, but how you play it. Play each situation correctly. I remember they used to laugh at a brother.
Ladies and gentlemen, we back. We back. The jury's back. Let's go. Thank you for staying around. Thank you for staying down. They're back. Judge, anything before we bring in the jury? Prosecutors, no disputes, laughs. But we now think Jane will not get on the stand today, given how this is going. We would like to get Enrique Santos on today, some exhibits for Jane and tech issues. So Jane Doe, or Jane, whoever that is, some exhibits and tech issues. Judge, okay, jury comes out. This is told to, then it's told to return to the jury room. Judge, jurors, we have some tech issues that have to go under the tables. I'm going to ask you to retire to the jury room just for your comfort. We'll bring you back in a few minutes. So, this is where we are right now. Let's see. So I don't know who Jane was or what she possibly could testify to. Sound like tech issues or something like that. It's right, earlier, basically what we heard in the testimony, the Bongolan, Sean Diddy Combs once came out to the friend of Cassie, Cassie's girlfriend, and said that he was the devil and he could kill the pal, according to testimony. Brianna Bonner, Bongolan testified she was in Malibu doing a photo shoot on the beach with Ventura in 2016 when Bad Boy Records founder approached her and gave her a menacing threat. He came up really close to my face and said something along the lines of, I'm the devil and I could kill you. And they asked her, was she getting high? She said she thinks she possibly could have been on cocaine. She said that she didn't know why the I'll Be Missing You rapper said that to her and couldn't tell if he was on drugs at the time. I was terrified, she said, admitting that she was on cocaine at the time. She was paranoid, ladies and gentlemen. That's what cocaine does to you. Cocaine is a hell of a drug. It makes you paranoid. Oh, man. Man. Crazy, man. Crazy, man. Crazy. You know, I find it ironic. To recap, before Brianna Bongolan took a stand, over and over Wednesday morning, the jury watched the 2000. See, like I said once again, you got to understand what they were trying to do. Over and over again on Wednesday morning, the jury watched the 2016 footage from the 6th floor elevator bank at the Intercontinental Hotel when Sean Combs attacked his then girlfriend Cassie Ventura. A couple of days after the beating, Combs paid 3 security staffers working at the hotel for what they believe was the video's only copy. Ladies and gentlemen, listen. He paid them for what he believed to be the only copy. They lied. They hustled Diddy, right? Understanding he had fucked up, admitted that had been drinking, and it was not a good look, and so on and so forth. They lied to him and said he paid them for what he thought and believed to be was the only copy, right? But another security guard worker at the hotel, Israel Flores, had recorded a copy of the security footage. Flores did this so he could prove to his wife what had happened. He testified early in trial, if I would have told my wife, hey, this is what happened, she wouldn't have believed me. Yeah, okay. So now we found that out. That was something that I didn't know. Now, I didn't know that dude took a copy of that video on his phone. I didn't know that. And so, was that the copy that got sent to CNN? Don't know. It didn't look like it, as a matter of fact. So, yeah, that's crazy, right? Some rotten motherfuckers, boy. Some rotten people, man. You know? But that's the way they do things, man. Like I say, you know, people that it's about the money, man. They, you know, see an opportunity, man. They try to grab at it. Okay, the jury comes back in, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Here we go. The prosecution, Smizer is what happened on the balcony? Bongolan, I was there. Prosecutor, now was there. Who now was there? Whatever, I don't know what that means. Bongolan, Cassie and my ex-girlfriend at the time. So Bongolan, I believe she's gay. She said my ex-girlfriend at the time. Prosecutors, what were you doing? Bongolan, sleeping on the couch with my ex. Doing drugs? I don't recall. Well, if she said she was sleeping on the couch with her ex, and she asked, was you doing drugs? If she said sleeping, then, you know, and then she said, well, she don't recall, right? So she says she doesn't recall that. Yeah, man. Yeah, I guess that's what she said. She said her ex-girlfriend. And Bongolan is a girl, so not that I have a problem with it. I mean, that's her business. I could care less. You know what I mean? So basically, you see it. What happened on the balcony? Trying to find out what happened on the balcony. I think the Jane lady. Yeah, I remember that too, Nate. When she said that she was there to witness the dangling event. Right. She had all of the drug users because sometimes I don't think she could afford to have it. Or whatever. Nah, but like I said, Cassie admitted to stealing Diddy's drugs before. That's what I'm saying. A lot of stuff just, you know, they overlooking it. They just overlook it. It's like, oh, that doesn't matter. It's not why we're here. We're not here for stealing drugs. We're here for the RICO. You know. Well, she's a small-time thief. So what? You know what I mean? Prosecutors. What did you do when Mr. Combs arrived? Bongolan. I took my ex-girlfriend to the bathroom. I went, shh. Prosecutors, why? Bongolan, I didn't want her to expose, I didn't want to expose her to what I saw. Prosecution, then? What you mean? What she didn't want to expose her to what she saw? What is she talking about? Bongolan went out to the balcony and either lit the blunt or was about to. So she out there so smoking some weed or whatever have you. I guess at Cassie's place. Like, go home. You know what I mean? go home. You know? They lighting up blunts on the balcony. Mm-hmm. Now, mind you, Diddy paying the rent at this place. Mind you, the apartment and all of that is under the name of, I believe, Bad Boy Entertainment or Sean Combs' enterprise, right? So now, mind you, Diddy has just as much jurisdiction as Cassie or anybody else, right? Bongolan, Mr. Combs came up behind me on the balcony, lifted me up, and put me on the railing. Prosecutors, can you show us how he held you? Bongolan. To myself? Prosecutors, show us how much did you weigh? I can't say because of the drugs, but about 115 pounds. So she probably was, basically said she don't even know how much she weighed because she used so many drugs. The cocaine, all of that, she was strung out. She was basically strung out, you know? For lack of a better term, right? Strung out. Man, crazy. Prosecutors, what did Mr. Combs scream at you, Bongolan? He yelled, you know what the fuck you did? I said back, I don't know what the fuck I did. Prosecutors, how long did he hold you there? Bongolan, how long it takes to say that multiple times? You know what the fuck you did. So hold on, ladies and gentlemen. This wasn't nobody holding nobody over no balcony, ladies and gentlemen. She made it like it was a Suge Knight dangling a Vanilla Ice over the balcony by her feet or some shit like that, right? He put her up on the, what's her name? And like I said, we don't know what the balcony looked like. If they had a picture, you know what I mean? Like she said, 17th floor or whatever it was. However, you know what I mean? We don't know. And this is the, and so now, where is the RICO, ladies and gentlemen? What did she do? She don't know what she did. I don't know. Was you using drugs that day? I don't know. Right? Crazy. Prosecution. What next? Bongolan. He threw me on the balcony furniture. Prosecution. Were you injured? Bongolan. I didn't know at first. Prosecution. What Cassie say? Bongolan. Along the lines of, did you just hang her over the balcony? Then I heard her girlfriend. Her girlfriend is in the house. Now, so Cassie didn't see it. She told Cassie, or suspected that she did it or whatever. So, but like you said earlier, she said that Cassie said she saw it. You know what I mean? She saw, allegedly saw that, Diddy had did that or whatever. But like I said, there's so many lies being told, man. Like I said, to try to keep up with them is a little bit, it's a little bit hard to keep up with the lies. Do, 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 do. Bongolan. He left and I left. I wanted to take a shower. I felt disgusted. Why? Because you was up doing drugs all night, or because Diddy touched you? Which one was it? She said, he left and I left. I wanted to take a shower. I felt disgusted. I saw a huge bruise on my leg with like a piercing in the middle and back and neck pain. Is this the photo? Is this photo a fair, accurate representation of your leg? Bongolan, yes. She want 10 million for that. She want 10 million for that. Her photo of her bruised leg, y'all. Okay, that's another testimony about violence, right? Like I said, once again, we trying to get to this RICO, man, and this coercion, man. You know, we begging them to come on, man, and show us the RICO and the coercion. I'm sorry, extortion, yeah. But like I said, once again, when you deal with the security guards, man, they straight up lied, man. That's crazy, right? Security officer say, man, look, this the only video, man. Bongolan, I called one of my managers and they said, if you're scared of anything else, just go to a chiropractor. Prosecution. Did you tell the chiropractor who did this to you? No. They asked, but I just paid and took the neck brace. She put the back pain move in there. Oh, okay. So hold on. So yeah. So she does have a pending lawsuit. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Bongolan, who has her own pending lawsuit against Combe, is wearing right. Told you, y'all. She has her own pending lawsuit against Combs, is wearing a long plaid blazer and black pants. Her sleeves are rolled up, displaying her tattooed forearms. Her long bleach hair is curled and parted down the middle. So yeah, so she's suing Diddy too, ladies and gentlemen. Amazing. Everybody, listen, the cold part about it is everybody that is legend, that they were Cassie's friend at that time, is suing Diddy, ladies and gentlemen. It's not a coincidence. It is an actual fact. Yeah, this is crazy, man. Nobody went to the police. Nobody cared. See, she didn't go to the police. She took the abuse because she knew that if she went to the police, right? You know, if she went to the police and told about the assault, then why you ain't tell him that you was selling dope too? You know what I mean? And he's saying, oh, you know what you did, right? What did she do? Did she sell him some bad dope? Right? Did she sell her some bad dope? What happened? Right? What, did she sell her some bad? Did she sell Diddy some bad dope? Did she steal some money? What happened? What did she do? Because that's not clear either. So when they asked, well, did you go to the police? All right. Well, hopefully she was going to tell. She was going to tell everything. The prosecutors, is this the neck brace in this photo of you? Bongolan, yes. And see, so they're trying to really display all of this right here so that she can probably get some money, get some money for the lawsuit that she said that Diddy allegedly did something to her. You know what I mean? Prosecution. Did you ever talk with Mr. Combs about this? Bongolan, I said, I don't want any problems with you. He didn't say anything. Prosecutors, when did you last see them? Bongolan, January 2nd, 2018. Yeah, Leticia F. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like I said, once again, her saying all of this now, like, what do you hope to get from it? Do you still feel pain from time to time? Yeah, my back. I woke up this morning and my back was hurting. Like, yo, come on, man. 2018, 19, 20. This, how many years ago was that? Right? No, she has a great memory when it serves her well. Everything else, she don't remember. prosecutions. How do you remember, Bongolan? I tattooed the date on myself. What the fuck? Why? It's the day I decided to get sober. It was a New Year's thing in Miami at the one hotel. Puff, Cassie, and I did 8 hours of ketamine together. Right? 8 hours of ketamine together. Now, once again, that's a gross exaggeration. You know, and doing ketamine together, y'all did it straight for 8 hours. Y'all probably wouldn't be living, but okay. So she remembered the last time she seen him because she wrote it down tattooed it on her arm because she got sober. I can understand that. Clancy say, Lord, take the wheel. So basically, once again, ladies and gentlemen, this helps the defense. This doesn't, you saying all of the, listen. You got to understand something. What they didn't cover is she said all of this shit happened. Neck brace, arm brace, back brace, both ankles broke, both wrists broke, her pinky fingers was fractured, all of this shit, but yet she still hung around, ladies and gentlemen. What they were talking about happened in around 2015 or 16 when she alleged the balcony thing, right? She's still around for 2 more years, right? They getting high. She said on, what was that? What was the date? January 2nd, 2018. Right? So she was still hanging around. And even after all of the balcony thing she say happened, all of this, that, and the other. Yeah. So, like I said, that dope fiend mentality, man, 8 hours of ketamine. You see it. Absolutely. Not only that, well, she hasn't been diagnosed with any Stockholm Syndrome Anonymous 3. Unless you coming in here diagnosing it for us. We haven't seen anything. Right? We don't know about no Stockholm Syndrome. We don't know if she's seen a psychiatrist, psychologist, or any other doctor for that concern. Like I said, she said she went to a chiropractor and didn't mention anything. She also didn't mention anything about this alleged assault to the prosecutors when she first met with him. And so, like I said, now this revisionist testimony, right, is going to be closely cross-examined shortly, I believe. Prosecutors, are you aware Cassie included the balcony incident in her complaint? Bongolan, yes. I told her she had the facts wrong. Listen, ladies and gentlemen. Now they're trying to clean it up. I forgot who that was. What was that? Who was that? That said this earlier. That the cat. Right. Listen, they're trying to clean it up now, ladies and gentlemen. Are you aware Cassie included the balcony incident in her complaint? Bongolan, yes. I told her she had the facts wrong. Why would she put it in there if she didn't have the facts to spice up the lawsuit? It wasn't in a hotel and Tiffany. Listen, ladies and gentlemen. And so now, once again, you see right here where the facts were wrong. Prosecutors, have you talked with Cassie about your testimony or hers? No, I have nightmares. I scream. Come on. So hold on. Hold the fuck on. If she just said that she told Cassie, Bongolan said, yes, I told her she had her facts wrong, right? It wasn't in a hotel. And Tiffany, they so high they can't remember where the fuck they was at, man. Prosecution, have you talked to Cassie about your testimony or hers? Bongolan, no. I have nightmares. I scream. Whatever, man. So when did you talk to Cassie and tell her that she had her facts wrong? When was the last time you had nightmares? She said the other day. Have you hired a lawyer about your balcony incident? Bongolan, yes. My first lawyer hired in January 2024. Did you mention everything in your first meeting with us? No. See? And this is what I was just telling you guys, this revisionist testimony, right? She didn't mention everything. You know what I'm saying? And for that matter, like I said, come on, man. All of this you saying happened, right? Cassie said it happened in a hotel, right? The young lady said, I told her she had the facts wrong, right? And Cassie was acting like she seen it and she witnessed it. Cassie told it like she seen it, she saw it, and she witnessed this. Go back, and I got that on one of the videos that I did. If you go back and look at the testimony. Wow. And look, my thing is this. When was the last time you had nightmares? The other day. Prosecutors. Have you hired a lawyer about the balcony incident? Bongolan. Yes. My first lawyer hired in January 2024. Right? So since January 2024, AUSA, did you mention everything in your first meeting with us? No. Why? Sure, there's a great explanation for that. Prosecution. Did your first lawyer send demand letters to Mr. Combs? Bongolan. Multiple. And the demand was high. He picked it. Listen, ladies and gentlemen. I said she wanted $10 million for what she said that, listen. And this is the crazy part. The reason why the prosecution is asking this question, right? Because they know that the defense is going to go after it on cross-examination, right? So the question, did your first lawyer send demand letters to Mr. Combs? Bongolan, multiple, and the demand was high. He picked it. Prosecuted. Did you approve the letters? Bongolan, no, they were incorrect. I let him go. A prosecution. Who? Bongolan, Tyrone Blackburn. Ooh, so she hired Tyrone Blackburn, the same lawyer that Lil Rod hired, the same lawyer that the judge kind of went after and basically said that that he was basically put Lucian Grange, Universal Music, Christina Karam, and all of these other people in the lawsuit, and then later on apologized for putting them in the lawsuit. So she had Tyrone Blackburn. Basically, Blackburn was sending Diddy multiple demand letters, and he basically saying that she was saying that he was putting his own price on it, and they were incorrect. I let him go. Prosecution, why? Who? Tyrone Blackburn. Wow. Woo-wee. One minute ago. Did people reach out to you? Bongolan, Tiffany, Cassie, the producer, Rob Holiday. Prosecution. Was he friends with Mr. Combs? Bongolan, yes. Combs, Westmoreland. When we have a sidebar, we may. Sidebar. Hey, Natesman, that was you, Natesman, earlier. Yeah, Blackburn trying to get his paper. That was you earlier, basically, when you said the situation about Cassie wasn't there. You were absolutely right. And she went in there and she basically told, Cassie went in there and told her like she was there and she saw it. And she wasn't there, so That's a problem. Yeah, Eula Holmes, you're absolutely right. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, you're right, Naismith. You were right about that. Now we in another sidebar. Bongolan says she saw a chiropractor that day but did not disclose who caused her injuries. The jury was also shown a photo of Bongolan's neck and back that appeared reddened and covered with bandages. Bongolan testified that she didn't seek further medical treatment at the time because the drugs in her system numbed the pain. So she basically couldn't tell what her injuries would be worth at that particular time because she had not gotten the proper diagnosis from that perspective. Yeah. So, she couldn't claim nothing catastrophic, if you will. Right now, we in the sidebar. We in the sidebar. Cardi B out here letting it go. What is Cardi B doing? I mean, like I said, I guess the further you go into the game, the more you got to, what's the name? Cardi B out here letting it go, y'all. Check it out. Cardi B out here just letting it go. The further you go into the game, it's like, I guess this is what you got to do, right? To stay relevant. When the music just don't work and, I guess your baby daddy done gone, right? And left you. Cardi B out here putting it all in the streets for the people to see. Money Mike, what's the name now? He not punching the air, man. Like I said, for all intents and purposes, usually when it's done, it's done. He done seen it every which way but inside out. Right. He done seen it every which way but inside out, man. So he said, King Deuce said they out here showing that was that BBL? Crazy, man. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, we in the sidebar. We in the sidebar, ladies and gentlemen. We at the sidebar. They're trying to find out what they drinking. You say, Rolando Jew, everybody want credit now for fake things. Everybody want real credit for fake, what's the name? When just being real is good enough, man. Absolutely, Fact Check TV. A lot of people came in. But like I said, when you think about that aspect of it, a lot of people came in it like that based on the media coverage. Once again, man, you know, if you want to be perfectly honest, we've been manipulated by the media so many times, right? You know, think about it before social media popped on, right? Yeah, I mean, you know, that was the only thing you had to go by. And whatever they said, basically, you know, people thought it was true because that's what they said. So it must be true, right? Simply wasn't true. Brianna Bongolan said the last time she hung out with Sean P. Diddy Combs and Cassie Ventura was around New Year's of 2018. Bongolan testified that she went to the penthouse suite at the One Hotel in Miami with Combs and Ventura for New Year's. This is after he supposedly hung off the balcony. You know what I mean? Where they did ketamine for 8 hours. After that, she left and decided she could no longer use drugs. She tattooed the date on her neck as a commitment to get sober and not to go back. Bongolan said she wasn't able to get sober right away, but she's sober now. After leaving the hotel in Miami that day, Bongolan said her relationship with Ventura became sporadic. I think something's gonna come out in this. I think something's gonna come out in this cross examination. I don't know if Bongolan was and Cassie was doing some things. Remember, Cassie testified that she also witnessed Combs Diddy be with other women, and so it wasn't just like she was the only one. And see, once again, that's another thing that they do not want you to remember. In the testimony you heard earlier, Cassie testified that, yes, she also watched Diddy be with other women, as well as Diddy watched her be with other men. So how is this RICO against Diddy and not Cassie? Because he had all the power. One would have to be in one's relationship to be able to decipher that, right? They're back, ladies and gentlemen. Prosecutors. Did Mr. Holiday say he was what he was calling for? Bongolan, Puff. Prosecutors. What offer was he authorized to offer? Combs, Westmoreland, objection. Judge, sustained. Right? So they trying to sneaky shit now. Right? Check it out, y'all. Pay attention now. She said, what offer was he authorized to offer? Sustained. Why was that sustained? If anybody knows, it was sustained based on the fact, what offer was he authorized to offer? Based on what? Based on what foundation does the prosecution have that he was authorized to offer anything from anybody? You know what I mean? She could testify as to what the conversation was about, right? But she can't be like, oh, well, he said he was calling for Diddy and Diddy said that. That's hearsay. I mean, sometimes they let that in, but hey. She's still trying to do it. Look at it, y'all. Prosecution. How did you feel during the call? Bongolan. I declined the offer. Westmoreland. Not responsive. Judge. Sustained. Move on unless you are prepared to ask some of the foundational questions we discussed at sidebar. Ladies and gentlemen, they trying the sneaky shit. I keep telling y'all. Keep your eyes on the prize. The government trying to be slick. Once again, how did you feel about the phone call, right? Read before. Let's take it from the back. They're back. USA. Who did Mr. Holiday said he was calling for? Bongolan, Puff, prosecutors. What offer was he authorized to offer? Westmoreland, objection. Sustained. You can't ask that. Like I said, you have to establish foundation before you go there, right? Prosecution. How did you feel during the call? Bongolan. I declined the offer. Westmoreland, not responsive, right? Great lawyering. Diddy got them lawyers. They on the game, man. Judge, sustained. Once again, move on unless you're prepared to ask some of the foundational questions we discussed at sidebar. Prosecution, did you talk with him again? No. Y'all better wake up, man. I'm learning. I'm learning every day. I'm learning every day. I'm learning every day, ladies and gentlemen. So basically saying that, no, Mr. Holiday didn't call again. What we learned today, that Tyrone Blackburn was her lawyer, sending out letters that she said she didn't approve of, asking for I would think astronomical amounts of money from Diddy, if you will, from that perspective. And like I said, she said that she got rid of him. That part they're not going to tell us about that part. They're going to tell us about everything else that people want to know, you know. At Fact Check TV, I think you got a point there, man. I think you got a point there. Absolutely. Well, it's not too far. It's never too far to pull out. I mean, like I said, what they said that they could establish, you know, hey, if this is about the smearing of Sean Diddy Combs, I wouldn't even say that they win in that case. Because now people kind of like, you know what? We don't want to hear this shit. You know what I mean? They said they had something about RICO and they got one person locked up. And they saying it's a conspiracy. Who are the co-conspirators? We need to know. We waiting for the arrest of those people now, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely. And that's what I said. They used the media. The media sold this case. Say naming her baby Frankie. And you funny. Come on with the next line of questioning, prosecutors. You know, the funny part about being a lawyer sometimes is that they work on both sides, right? You know, usually before you join private practice, usually lawyers, some lawyers, not all, they practice law, you know, as a prosecutor, right? Arguing for the government or the state, you know what I mean? The federal government or the state government, right? And then after that, they go into private practice and then they want to defend it. It's such as like, man, like really? Like, you know? But then you also have career prosecutors, people who want to, you know, prosecute, you know, for the rest of their legal career. So basically, Diddy was ignoring that shit. He was ignoring all of those demand letters from Tyrone Blackburn when he was her attorney. Yeah, hearsay, right. That's crazy. Okay, come on, y'all. Let's get into this cross-examination. Bongolan says music producer, and this is what they were trying to get to be allowed in the court. It didn't get allowed, so I don't know why anybody would be running with this as a headline. Bongolan says music producer called her in 2024 and said he was authorized by Combs to talk about settlement. Brianna Bongolan testifies that a music producer named Rob Holiday reached out to her in early 2024. She said Holiday had been one of her best friends for a long time, and he was also friends with Sean P. Diddy Combs. She said Holiday called her on FaceTime, and he appeared to be in Combs' backyard in Beverly Hills. Bongolan testified that Holiday told her he was calling on behalf of Combs, and he was authorized to talk about settling with me. Bongolan confirmed that about a month or two after she spoke to Holiday, her current attorney helped her file a lawsuit against Combs. She said she is no longer friends with Holiday. So we don't know if that's true, if that's false, if that's, we don't know what that is or what that's about. Nothing further. They're about to start the cross-examination. This is some garbage, man. Westmoreland, cross, please. So Westmoreland, I did not tell you, look, I guess what Bongolan, hold on, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on. After another sidebar, the judge objects to sustained move on. Mrs. Smizer, basically, your lawsuit, did you write it? Bongolan, no. Prosecutor, how much is being requested? Bongolan, $10 million. The prosecution, nothing further. Judge, cross. Westmoreland is doing the cross, ladies and gentlemen. What's her name is kind of tripping out right now, man. X, it always does this, man. Every now and then it trips out, man. Then it lets us back in, then it trips out again. See? Come on, man, with the bullshit. See? We got it, though. We got it. I got another backup source, ladies and gentlemen. That's what it does. So, ladies, Westmoreland. I'm coming from another source, ladies and gentlemen. Westmoreland basically said, I need to ask you some questions. You have immunity as long as what you say today is true, right? Bongolan, yes. Westmoreland, who decides if you're lying? Bongolan, the prosecutors. Westmoreland, oh, see, this is brilliant. See, that's what I'm talking about. This is brilliant. The Twitter thing is acting up right now. It usually straightens up in a couple of minutes, man. I don't know why it does this. It does it every now and then. But I got another source, so I'm still following along, ladies and gentlemen. So Westmoreland, on her first question, she says, I need to ask you some questions. You have immunity as long as what you say today is true, right? Bongolan, yes. Westmoreland, who decides if you're lying? Bongolan, the prosecutors. Westmoreland, Miss Bongolan, you were a graphic designer, yes? And she says yes. Amazing. Oh, wow. So that was the first question. Basically, they're attacking her. The fact that said that she's got immunity, right? They definitely going in. You know what I mean? Another side note, ladies and gentlemen, Breonna Bongolan says she is seeking $10 million in her lawsuit against Sean P. Diddy Combs, but said she's not expecting any money to come from her testimony at this trial. Of course she is. That's the reason why she's doing it. Showing pictures of her injuries, hopefully in the convention. Bongolan said she filed the lawsuit against Combs because I wanted to seek justice for what happened to me. Bongolan's direct testimony is over. Nicole Westmoreland is now cross-examining. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Miss Westmoreland, this joint's still tripping, so I'm coming from a different source, ladies and gentlemen. You got to have more than one source in case the other source fail. It's right here, but it keeps flipping out like that, and that's crazy. I don't even know what's going on. But yeah, we got it right here though. Westmoreland, you and Cassie would work on designs, including at her hour. True? Bongolan, true. Westmoreland, all right. You were focused on a T-shirt design. Bongolan, there were a lot of things. Westmoreland, she asked you to come over, yes? Westmoreland says yes. I'm sorry, Bongolan says yes. So let me give that to you again. Westmoreland asked the question. You and Cassie would work on designs, including her hour. True? Bongolan says yes. Westmoreland says, all right. You were focused on a T-shirt design, Bongolan. She says that there were a lot of things. Westmoreland said, she asked you to come over, yes? And Bongolan says yes. We're going to get this feedback up, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. Hold on. Hey. I don't know what goes on with this thing, man. Go home. So another side note, ladies and gentlemen, while we waiting for the next testimony piece, being dangled over the balcony. Listen, listen. So Bongolan even testified against herself, basically saying being dangled over the balcony isn't worth 10 million. Witness says the witness says she sued Combs for 10 million in order to seek justice for what happened to me on the balcony. When Bongolan was asked by prosecution if she could give away $10 million, if she could give away $10 million for a balcony incident to never have happened, she unequivocally said yes. So basically, she's saying that the balcony situation wasn't worth $10 million, right? So why she sue for 10 million then, if it ain't worth 10 million? It's crazy. Back to the testimony. Westmoreland, you suggested Cassie do a photo shoot in the pool in a t-shirt. Bongolan, that wasn't the first idea, but yeah. Westmoreland, you began to feel comfortable with her. Bongolan, sounds around it. I don't know what that means. I think it's supposed to be sounds about right. Westmoreland, you spent the night? Yes. I told you that. I think they're getting at something, man. You spent the night? Yes. Now, I'm wondering when Diddy came over there, he was like, you know what you did, right? I wonder, I told you they might be going somewhere with this, right? Wow. So you spent the night, right? Bongolan says yes. Wow. So we still up there at the spending the night part. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Check it out. Westmoreland, you went to parties with Cassie. Bongolan, not going to parties, we partied. So she basically said, no, we didn't go to parties, we partied. Westmoreland, okay, you did a lot of drugs with Cassie. Bongolan, yes. Westmoreland, how did marijuana make you feel? Bongolan, sometimes hungry. So basically she's saying she got the munchies. She got the munchies, man. She got the munchies. Okay. Okay. Here we go again, ladies and gentlemen. Combs, Westmoreland, how does ecstasy make you feel? Bongolan, uplighted, she said, uplighted. I don't know if she meant uplifted. Westmoreland, how about G? Bongolan, like the negative parts of alcohol. Westmoreland, Percocets. Bongolan, I threw up. Westmoreland, Cocoa Puff. Lady, hold on, ladies and gentlemen. Cocoa Puff, that they call Cocoa Puffs, Bongolan. She said a blunt with weed and cocaine. Basically a lace blunt, if you want to call it that, right? They called it Cocoa Puff. Okay. So that's where they at right now. So they talk about the blunt and lacing blunts with cocaine and weed, if you will. Trying to see how the drugs made her feel. Another side note, ladies and gentlemen, Nicole Westmoreland was a late addition to Sean Combs' sprawling defense team, which includes at least 8 attorneys. She cross-examined just one witness before now, Dante DeCane singer Don Ricard, on May 19th. She probably gonna have about, I wonder how long they gonna cross-examine her. Basically, just reprinting the page. It's not updating. Twitter a trip, man. $304. $304. She sued Diddy for $10 million for saying she was thrown. He set her up on top of the balcony. $10 million, ladies and gentlemen. I told you. You can't tell me that she didn't talk to Cassie and they talked about what she thought she could get. But you could sue for that. I mean, come on, are you kidding me? I mean, Cassie got videos, had real evidence, and all of these other things, man. People be coming out the woodworks, man, and they just be hoping, man. It has nothing to do with any kind of reality or anything going on with it, man. You know? It's crazy. Another side note, Bongolan testifies that most of her time with Ventura was spent getting high. Brianna Bongolan says she and Cassie Ventura partied together a lot and using a lot of drugs. Bongolan recounted the first time she spent the night at Ventura's home, confirming that Ventura asked if she liked to get high. Bongolan said she replied yes, and they got high together. She confirmed that after that, she and Ventura spent most of their time together getting high. So it wasn't about any kind of work or anything like that they tried to make up earlier. Like, she was some kind of design person. You know what I mean? They was get high buddies, man. Here we go. We back with the testimony. Westmoreland, you would agree with me that you and Cassie had serious drug problems, right? Bongolan, yes. Westmoreland, you sold drugs to Cassie a lot. Yes. Westmoreland, and Bongolan says yes. Westmoreland, you got her hundreds of pills. Bongolan, yes. They were hers. That ain't the question. So basically she's saying, yo, she got Cassie hundreds of pills, man. Bongolan, the pill girl. Right? Bongolan, the pill girl. She said she got her hundreds of pills, ladies and gentlemen. Hundreds of pills. She sold a gang of drugs. That's what I was telling you. Like I said, once again, when the situation went down on the balcony, the reason why she didn't do nothing, because if she sold Cassie all these drugs, I mean, the first thing would have happened, like I said, if she would have said anything, is that, yo, she would have lost one of her best customers. You know what I mean? She knew Cassie had an basically undeniable amount of money dealing with Diddy, right? And so, yeah, she like, but now it's, you know, the gravy train over and I want $10 million. You know, because I was brutalized, even though I was a dope fiend. You know what I mean? You know. Yeah, it's crazy, man. Like I said, we, you know. And as you can well imagine, all they focusing on now, oh, the 10 stories, I mean, 17 story, he held her over the thing. Like I said, the way they described it was as if Diddy held her over by her feet or something like that. That simply wasn't it, though. You know what I mean? So another side note, Cassie Ventura's best friend, Brianna Bongolan, testified that she is now sober after doing drugs with the singer-songwriter throughout their friendship. While on the stand, Bongolan recorded January 2nd, 18th, that she, you know, they did the ketamine thing. You know what I mean? You see, like I said, people are kind of playing catch up with the information, if you will. We getting it, like I said, we getting it firsthand. Twitter be tripping though. Okay, I think we back on, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, we back on, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. I had to call Elon Musk, like, Elon, man, what you doing, man? Get it together, man. Y'all tripping over there. You got people on your site. Here we go. 21 seconds ago, or better yet, before that, Westmoreland, name the drug dealers, right? Listen, check it out now. Let's go back, right here, top of the pile. Westmoreland, name the drug dealers. Bongolan, I don't know if I can. Westmoreland, let's refresh. In this job, your clothing line did not work out due to the skater mentality at Diamond Supply Company. Bongolan, I believe they saw the vision, but whatever. She like, but whatever. We back on, y'all. Combs, Westmoreland, you believed you were one of Cassie's best friends. Bongolan, yes. Westmoreland, but you didn't meet Mr. Combs for a year? You met in 2016, the first time at a dinner at his house? Bongolan, yes. Westmoreland, he was standoffish with you? Yes, because he didn't know you. See, now check this out, ladies and gentlemen. I want y'all to understand something. The way she claimed and she came into the picture, you would think that, you know, she was over there kicking it like Bruce Lee's Chinese Connection with Puffy. Right? Right? And so, understanding that, you would have thought that's what it was, right? Simply not true. How long it took for her to, it took a whole year for her to meet Puff. So it wasn't like, you know, like she claimed it was, that they rushed her right into the inner circle and it was popping, it was on and popping like that. You can see it right here, ladies and gentlemen. Check it out. Wow. The lies people tell, man. 29 seconds ago, ladies and gentlemen, in Puff was standoffish. Westmoreland, did you talk with Deontay Nash after his testimony? Bongolan, yes. It's a lot of shenanigans going on, ladies and gentlemen. Westmoreland, but not about his testimony, right? We know what's going on. Bongolan says, we know what's going on. Hold on, that wasn't the question. You see, she getting slick on the stand, y'all. She getting slick on the stand. Don't get slick on the stand now. Don't do that to yourself, young lady. Huh? Here we go, y'all. We back up. Hit the like button, hit the share button, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate your patience. Westmoreland, we know what's going on. Westmoreland, you don't need to talk because you know, right? Objection. Sustain. She tried to get her with that one. She tried to get her. Yeah. Huh? Mistrial. They talking, they conversing, they doing a whole bunch of shit, man. They ain't supposed to be doing, man. They doing a whole bunch of shit. And the judge, you know, objection sustained. You know what I mean? Like, nah, let her go ahead and talk. If she want to talk, we know what's going on. Right. Because you talk to old boy after the what's the name, right? Westmoreland. You hired Tyrone Blackburn to sue Mr. Combs, Bongolan. It was to seek justice, to sue him, right? Westmoreland, your definition of justice is to sue Mr. Combs, Bongolan. Can you rephrase that? Westmoreland, suing for money. Yes, there you go. Everybody's on the motherfucking bandwagon, y'all. You see it. You see it. No, the judge is just, I don't think he buys. I think the judge trying to be careful. You know what I mean? Trying to be careful. And you know, like I said, if she's saying something and it's alluding to something, it's like, okay. But you know how it goes, man. You know how it goes. Say suing for money. She said, that's my way of justice. I need to sock it to his pocket like a bottle rocket. Like, you know what I mean? When you say Curry Simmons said the judge is biased, huh? Absolutely. Like I said, hey, hustle hard. If that's the case, you know what I mean? You know, Diddy, listen to me. And you know Diddy probably got private investigators watching every witness that leave the stand in a car, following them, you know what I mean? Or whatever have you, right? So, or they might be all staying at the same hotel, if you will. You feel me? So, yeah. And I mean, if they can prove that, like I said, once again, if you talk to them, did you talk to them about, yeah, we talked about everything in this case, you know. Right. Absolutely. So they're waiting for somebody to lie on the stand and be like, no, I ain't talking to him. Yeah, like I said, they say no justice is just us, right? 58 seconds ago. Westmoreland, on November 2023, you're aware Cassie filed a lawsuit. You were working together then. Bongolan, yes. So now, see, this is another thing that she did. Yes, right? Prosecution. May we have a sidebar? You may. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, I told you. They go Westmoreland coming, right? Westmoreland is coming. What she asked her? November 2023, you were aware Cassie filed a lawsuit. You were working together. Then, Bongolan, yes. Prosecutors. May we have a sidebar? Judge, you may. We need to know what's going on in these sidebars, man. You know what I mean? It's too many sidebars going on, man. Dante Nash he got a lawsuit, I believe, for assault too. Right. Said Diddy hurt his feelings or something like that. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So see, she didn't say, hold on, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on. Didn't this young lady just say that in what was it? In 2018, her and Cassie stopped kicking it, right? She lied. Yo. They just caught this girl in a lie, man. No, the cut creators, no, they just caught her in the lie. Remember earlier, they asked her, have you talked to Cassie? She said, no, she didn't. But she said in 2023 that they were working together. She lied. Wow. Yo, go back over the testimony, man. They just caught her in the lie. That's why the prosecution called a sidebar. She lied. Come on, Westmoreland. They got to come back with that one. Oh, we ready for it. Yeah, they got her ass. Oh, my God. Yo, she just sat up there and lied. She was like, I haven't talked to Cassie. Like, no, I have you talked to? Like, no, have you seen? No. Oh, wow. Come on. Uh-oh. It don't look good. Ladies and gentlemen, why are they lying? Why are they lying? They're lying about dumb shit. Don't they know when they tell one lie, everything else that they say is now scrutinized? Wow. People be lying about dumb shit. Got him. Wow. Let me see something, man. Oh, wow. Okay, let's go. She was quiet. That's crazy, man. They're back, ladies and gentlemen. Westmoreland, Cassie included the balcony incident in her lawsuit, right? True. Let's go, y'all. Here we go. We're going to get her, right? Westmoreland, Cassie said this happened at a hotel. True. Bongolan, she didn't say it like that. Bongolan, and Westmoreland said, you said your apartment, it has a balcony, right? See, look at them, y'all. They caught up, man. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the share button, man. Like I said, if you have not subscribed to the channel, please do. Tell a friend we over here. Nothing but straight game. We calling out the lies. We calling out the inconsistencies, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said once again, and so is Westmoreland. Calling out these lies and these inconsistencies, man. That's where we are, y'all. Absolutely. Wow. They about to try to catch Cassie up too. They got that earlier testimony. You better believe they got it. What she say? Westmoreland, Cassie included the balcony incident in her lawsuit. Bongolan, true. Westmoreland, Cassie said this happened at a hotel. True. Remember the freak off, the hotel. Everything has to do with a freak off and hotel, right? Right? Check it out now. Yeah, she watching. Westmoreland, Cassie said, this happened at a hotel, true? Bongolan, she didn't say it like that. You did. You said your apartment. It has a balcony, right? Let's go. Let's go, man. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the share button. Let's get it up. Let's get it up. We talking about what they saying, but more importantly, we paying attention to what they not saying and what they trying to avoid. Y'all see it. Yeah, she got immunity too. So even when she lie, they can't get her for perjury. She has immunity. See? So who decides if you lying? I like how Westmoreland started off her cross-examination, basically talking about who decides if you get immunity. Who's deciding if you're lying or not? The prosecution, absolutely. The pressure's on. Yeah. Thank everybody for tuning in. What'd he say? Yeah, it's a money grab. Absolutely. 90% of these lawsuits is money grab. She sued for $10 million because she said somebody pushed her down or some other shit. I mean, come on, man. It don't, like I said, it don't even make sense, man. You know, that's the sad part, man. I told you it's a lot of people out here, man, that are victims, man, that, you know, yeah. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Check it out. She about to get caught up now. I told you, pay attention to my title because this is all that's going to go on. When you see the money is the motivation, people get sloppy, man. They get sloppy. Bongolan, I didn't say it like that. Yes, you did. Right? Westmoreland, Cassie told you she never saw you over a balcony, right? Listen, ladies and gentlemen. Westmoreland, Cassie told you she never saw you over a balcony. Bongolan, no ma'am, I don't remember. Westmoreland laughs. Westmoreland laughing at her, ladies and gentlemen. Right here, read this page, then look up. You had these conversations. I don't know. Got her ass. They got her ass. They got her ass. She fucking lying, man. They over here lying, dude. Wow. Wow. Oh, got her ass. She lying on the stand. Y'all see it? Y'all see it right here. Westmoreland. Cassie included the balcony incident in her lawsuit. Mongolian, true. Westmoreland, Cassie said this happened at a hotel, true. Bongolan, she didn't say it like that. Westmoreland, you said your apartment, it has a balcony. Bongolan, I didn't say it like that. Notice that I didn't say it like that, but you said it. See, every now we're focusing on how we said it. No, now they want to be proper. Hold on, y'all. Westmoreland, Cassie told you she never saw you over a balcony. Bongolan, no ma'am, I don't. Now she no ma'aming, y'all. She no mammy, no. I don't remember. Westmoreland laughs. All right, right here. Read this page, then look up. You had these conversations. I don't know. She don't know nothing now. I forgot. Fucking something, boy. Woo! When they get caught up in the situation. Yes, indeed. Caught up, man. Eyes forgot. Eyes didn't say none of them things. You okay? Memory fuzzy. Boy, this is a damn shame, man. Whoo. If I was Diddy, I'd sue all them. That last one of them, man. That last one of them. It don't make no sense, man. Sandra Love in the building. Greg Pipers, Mark Jag, Mo Better, JP Six Gunner, Urban Sweet Spot, Cut Creatives, McCain. They ain't telling you that over on them other channels, ladies and gentlemen. They ain't telling you how they're getting caught up in these lies, man. In these tangled webs they've been out here weaving. They do crochet. they crochet, man. They be crocheting, man. Mm-hmm. Not touche, but crochet. Yes, indeed. It's a damn shame, man. Oh. I mean, like I said, man, it's like I said, you know, even if you get the money, man, you know, what you gotta live with yourself, man. You gotta live with yourself, you know? You gotta live with yourself. Y'all see it right here. Last two, 8 minutes and 3 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. You see it. I didn't, no ma'am, I don't remember. Westmoreland. See, you know the cold part about court? This is what I like. They got transcripts, right? So when people start lying, right? They can easily point back to the transcripts. Just read this right here for me. You know what I mean? Read this page and then look up. You had these conversations. I don't know. She don't even know. Now she don't know about the conversations that she had. Right? Right? The prosecution is horrible in this case, man. Horrible. We ain't bringing Jane today. We bringing, it says she was hung over the balcony. Right. Basically, she's saying, Cassie said, oh, you didn't hang her over the balcony. They trying to put people places that they actually weren't. Right? In order to try to get $1. She won $10 million, y'all. 10 million. We moving on. Check it out. Let's go. $10 million for something she say happened that really didn't even happen. Westmoreland, about this alleged balcony incident, you and Miss Ventura talked about the date, the place, and who was there. Bongolan, true? Listen, y'all. Westmoreland, in 2015 and 16, you didn't see any signs of violence, true? I don't know the exact year. Now she don't know the year, y'all. She was just up here talking about it was World War III going on. Now she don't know the year of World War III. Come on, man. Wow. Fucking amazing. Fucking amazing, boy. People lie, they lie themselves right out of great opportunities. You know what I mean? This is insane. A gift. Now she don't remember nothing. At first, when the prosecution was on, she remembered everything. She was held over the thing. Oh, absolutely. Right. But who's the people? This is the sick part. Who's the people that charge her with perjury? The prosecution. She testifying for the people that can charge her for it. So, I mean, this is crazy, man. That's why Westmoreland asked in the beginning, I like how she started her cross-examination. Who decides if you're lying or not? The prosecution. So if you tell a lie, it's their job to prosecute you or not to prosecute you for perjury. Therein lies the implicit bias right there. Right? So go ahead and lie as much as you want. This is the problem with that, right? And this is why when people get wrongfully convicted, they come out and they want to sue the government or the state. Right? Faulty witness. People were framed. Come on, man. Playing with people's lives, man, based over their personal relationships and shit. Right? Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Are you telling the truth? Are you telling the truth? Westmoreland, the birthday party. What drugs were you doing? Bongolan, I don't remember. Westmoreland, alleged knife throwing incident. He just walked in and threw a knife? I'm not sure. Ladies and gentlemen, they caught her in a fucking lie. She don't remember now. She just sat there and she testified to all of this shit during direct. Y'all gotta be kidding me. She don't remember nothing now. Are you serious? Westmoreland got her cracked up. Are you telling the truth? Objection. Why are you objecting now? She sat there and said all of these stories. Listen, the birthday party. What drugs were you doing? Bongolan. I don't remember. She just sat there and said what she did on the birthday party when she was under direct. Westmoreland, the alleged knife throwing incident. He just walked in and threw a knife? Bongolan, I'm not sure. You said it. You was right there. Westmoreland, are you telling the truth? Objection. Dude, they caught her out there, man. She's out there. She just testified. The jury's watching this shit. This is pathetic, dude. They need to call a mistrial right now, man. They need to call a mistrial right now. This is crazy. They want this guy this bad? They want him that bad? Are you kidding me? Get the likes up, ladies and gentlemen. Post and tell your friend. Share this and tell your friend we over here giving nothing but straight game in real time. We don't need to get the 6 o'clock news. We got it right here in front of our face. We seeing what's going on, ladies and gentlemen. We got to get the word out. This ain't about we loving Diddy or nothing like that. This is about truth and justice, as they like to say. Let's go. We up in here. You see it. You see it. You see it right here in front of your face. Earlier, she testified to what dope they was using at the birthday party. He came in and threw a knife, and she threw the knife back, right? Westmoreland asked her, the alleged knife throwing incident. He just walked in and threw the knife? See, you dealing with intelligent people. See, Westmoreland is a victim. Y'all, most people don't know. You don't know Westmoreland. Westmoreland is a victim of sexual assault. Ladies and gentlemen, who just happen to be an attorney. She knows the real deal behind what that is, what that means. She been through it, was threatened, and went and told the police after it happened, because it actually happened, right? That's the reason why Westmoreland is so effective right now in getting this truth out. Are you, what, huh? She said, I'm not sure. Now she shook up. Shorty shook up. They coached her and she got shook up. Let's go. What happened? What happened? Now, we're going to love to see the recross on this one. Or should I say the redirect? Judge Sustain, Combs, Westmoreland. Did you tell the government they would get in knife fights, plural? I don't remember. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a perfect crack up on this motherfucking case. Did you tell the government they would get into knife fights, plural? Meaning more than one knife fight. Bongolan, I don't remember. Westmoreland, let me show you then that you said this. Huh? Huh? Absolutely, she with the shits, man. She with the real shits. Right? Ladies and gentlemen, hit the like button, hit the share button. They don't want to come over here because it don't support their narrative. It don't support their narrative. They hate the truth. Huh? They hate the truth. Tell the truth and shame the devil. She already cried. She tried to show some emotion. Yeah, she forgetting her government script court. Absolutely. Can you imagine how many people been sent to the penitentiary based on shit like this, man? Because they worked out a deal with the government. This is what Tupac's father was talking about in reference to Keefe D. When I asked him, when I did the interview with Tupac's father on the Art of Dialogue, I asked him, I was like, how do you feel about the government giving Keefe D a deal? And he said the fact that he laughed and was like, the fact that the government gave him a deal, right? Think about that for a minute. Think about that for a minute. Huh? 1 second ago. Huh? Let me show you. Bongolan, I was listen what she said. I was suggesting where the knife came from. Westmoreland, because it makes no sense. Absolutely. It makes no sense. You didn't see no knife. You said knife fights, plural. Pause. Stop playing. Now you being called on it. I was talking about where it came from. What you mean? You got to see everything. Did he go to the cabinet to get the knife out the drawer? What happened? Westmoreland, you're saying you don't know how he got in to throw the knife, but once he left, you're no longer worried. Ladies and gentlemen, please pay attention. Westmoreland says, you're saying you don't know how he got in to throw the knife, but once he left, you're no longer worried. Bongolan, I don't remember how I felt. Oh my God. Dude, she said she was petrified not too long ago. What the fuck is going on? What is going on? What is going on? This girl, she's totally cracked up. I know they got to show a picture of the lady, William Elizabeth, drawing pictures of the prosecution right now. They got to have their heads down. And the jury and the people on the jury that are African American, I'm calling it out. They got to be looking at this shit like, what the hell is going on? We just listen to this lady sit here and tell stories about this man, about knives being thrown and all of that. And now she's under cross-examination and she don't remember nothing that she just said. You got to be kidding me. Wow, you said she took the Cocoa Puffs. She took Cocoa Puffs. She went out there and had a lace blunt. And she had a lace blunt during lunch. Wow. Wow. No, she said she's sober now. I mean, you know, that could be another lie too. We don't know, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the share button. Let them know we over here cooking. We over here cooking. We got a 5-course meal over here. Yes, indeed. We got a 5-course meal. And Westmoreland is the chef. Westmoreland says, you're saying you don't know how he got in to throw the knife, but once he left, you were no longer worried. Bongolan, I don't remember how I felt, Westmoreland. You say at the photo shoot, Mr. Combs said, I could kill you. Bongolan, yes. Wow. Woo-wee. Party people. We say, Annalise said, you know she lying at Delray. Like Mia, they all still addicts. Right. Did Diddy say he fired her because she drank too much? He said she telling the truth. Now, I think I mean, you know, I think, like I said once again, she just lost her wits about her, man. Yeah, they look like fools. JP said, Six gonna say, yo, she probably was sober till she got to that cross. Fact check. Yeah, man, this is crazy, man. This is crazy. This is crazy. This is crazy, man. Wow. Oh, man. Wow. Here we go. Check it out, ladies and gentlemen. Westmoreland. But at first you told the government it was a party. Listen, ladies and gentlemen. She don't know where shit happened at. Right? Listen, now you got to understand what she just asked. Westmoreland, you're saying you don't know how he got in to throw the knife, but once he left, you were no longer worried. I don't remember how I felt. Westmoreland, you say at a photo shoot, Mr. Combs said, I could kill you. Bongolan, yes. But Westmoreland says, but at first you told the government it was a party. I don't know. Ladies and gentlemen, is this not the ultimate crack up? Woo! So they got together and they came up with these stories and they tried to play. Remember I told you what Tony Busby did in regards to the Jay-Z thing when they looked at pictures, right? And then they came up with the story about Jay-Z and Puffy with the minor girl and after the American Musical or VMAs or something like that. I told you this is how they do things, right? The facts are the facts, ladies and gentlemen, and you can't run from it. You remember somebody telling you, yeah, man, look, I was at the party. You ain't forgetting. I remember things from 20 years ago, man. You know what I mean? If it's something poignant that happened in my life, I remember it. Point blank, period. Right? She said, I don't know. Westmoreland, your first demand letter said Mr. Combs said I could kill you while he hung you over the balcony. Ladies and gentlemen, they got the goddamn demand letters too. Ooh, wee. Mr. G, look what Westmoreland has done to me. My God. Huh, Bongolan? He did both, just not at the same time. Woo! What the hell does that mean? What the hell does that mean? He did both, just not at the same time? What does that mean? What does it mean? Amazing. Amazing. Amazing, ladies and gentlemen. Woo-hoo-hoo. Amazing. This is amazing. She said he did both, just not at the same time. Wow. We still here. We still here. Let me go from the other camera. Let me do this, ladies and gentlemen. Let me do it like this. Let's do it like this. Second cam. Boom, bam. Let's do it like this, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely. We're going back over it. We're going back over it. We're going back over it. Let's go. Let's go. Hold on. Give me a second. Give me 1 second. Give me a second, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on. 1, 2, 3. Hey, can y'all still hear me? Okay, I'm good. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. My camera went out on me, right? I was trying to go to the other camera, but I'm cool. I'm gonna go ahead. I don't need to be on camera. Let's go. We still cracking, y'all. Yes, indeed. We rocking then. Okay. Little technical difficulty, but we in the building, y'all. We still in the building. Westmoreland over here. She killing the game right now. Absolutely. Come on, y'all. What they talking about? Why they taking so long? She's not doing a good job. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, ladies and gentlemen. The prosecution wants another sidebar. And they need tequila and drinks or something at the sidebar. They don't want to be at the main bar. The main bar, the drinks are too strong that Westmoreland is serving up, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Annie Lee. Absolutely. Get them likes up, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. Let's go. Westmoreland. Sidebar. Sidebar. Yes? After a long sidebar, ladies and gentlemen, that's what they were having. Westmoreland, you met the government on January 18th, 2024. Didn't mention that I could kill you, but in your subsequent demand letter, Bongolan, yes. In the demand letter, I don't know when. Y'all see it, man. You see it right here, right now. You see it right here, right now. It's a lot of people that are going to have trouble with this truth, ladies and gentlemen. They're going to have trouble with the truth because they've been digesting lies, right? And because they've been digesting lies, they call it cognitive dissonance. And when you understand that, right, when somebody has been believing something for so long that they then have trouble believing and understanding the truth. I don't know how long court is going to go for today, but they usually end it around at approximately 3:30 on the East Coast, right? Yeah. I think they had a sidebar. The prosecution probably had a sidebar. Was like, we're going to try to finish up with her today. Yeah, she's not who we thought she was, and she's been lying. It's ladies and gentlemen, it's plain and simple as can be, man. It is plain and simple as can be, y'all. So, like I said, people can, they can take this whichever way they want to. You know what I mean? It just doesn't look great. It's about 5 minutes until 3:30 on the East Coast, if you will. It's not been a good day, ladies and gentlemen. And tomorrow looks to be even more horrible. They bringing somebody in. It's like with this witness right here. It's like the attempt is going to be an attempt at redemption. At the prosecution redeeming themselves. This is not about the lawyers, man. If a lawyer has that much of an ego to think that this is about them and about their lawyering and, them having to redeem themselves, then it's not, because it's like this is supposed to be about the truth as people tell it. And then, once they get up there and they put these witnesses up there who are not really truly vetted, right? Didn't tell the truth to the lawyer, asked for stuff in the demand letter, right? Ladies and gentlemen, check this out. Listen. Westmoreland, read this, Bongolan. The whole thing. She said, read this. She said, the whole thing. Westmoreland, this paragraph, Judge, as much as you want. Bongolan, thanks. Okay, Westmoreland, you didn't tell the government about I could kill you and Tyrone was there. Bongolan, yes. I let him go. So she didn't tell him about none of this. How you gonna get this $10 million? The I kill you part is a very a significant part of what you're demanding as far as your lawsuit is concerned. Wouldn't that be something that would be very helpful in the nature of what she's saying that he said? Unless he didn't really say it. I'm just saying. This is crazy, man. This is crazy, man. Yeah. She ain't gonna get no perjury charges, man. They was hoping that the lies wouldn't be exposed, man. They was hoping that the lies wouldn't be exposed, ladies and gentlemen. They just were hoping that the lies wouldn't be exposed. And so when you understand that, right? Somebody get caught and they lie and they just, it's the way of the world, man. It's the way of the world, man. Like I said, but most people don't know that it hurts their reputation. You know what I mean? Like I said, when you lie one time and like people really, they rarely believe you, And so I think that's the sad part about it. You got somebody in here telling these lies. Somebody's up for their life. Talking about, yeah, he can get life in prison. And yeah. So this is crazy, man. This is crazy, man. Woo-wee! None of them lawsuits anything worth. They ain't worth the paper that they written on, man. They ain't worth the paper that they written on. She was like, yes, I let him go. You didn't tell the government about I kill you and Tyrone was there? Yes, I let him go. Right. Of course you did. Of course you did. Of course you did. Of course she did, ladies and gentlemen. She let him go. Amazing, y'all. This is amazing. Amazing. Simply amazing, man. Simply amazing. Woo-wee. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Westmoreland. Drugs were expensive, right? Bongolan. They are expensive. She said they are expensive, not were. Oh, she know about it still. Westmoreland. Now? She said now? She said they are expensive. Westmoreland now? Now she said, I don't know. Man, what is going on, man? Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the share button, y'all. We got to get this out to the people, man. We got to get this out to the people, ladies and gentlemen. At hashtag Straight Game TV. Yeah, we got to hit the share button. Hit the share. You share it on your. Yeah, you got to share this, ladies and gentlemen. They not gonna promote. Listen, they not gonna promote this, ladies and gentlemen. They don't want you to know the truth, ladies and gentlemen, about what's going on. I'm telling you. Hit the share button. Share on your Facebook. Share on your Instagram. Whatever you got to share. Tomorrow we will be back. And look, check it out. We don't even know if they over here. She said, Westmoreland asked her, drugs were expensive, right? Bongolan. They are expensive. Westmoreland, now? Bongolan, I don't know. Did you run out of money for drugs? Bongolan, I don't remember that. Westmoreland, you and Cassie had a drug partnership. Yes. Not a drug partnership, though. They had a PPO. A drug partnership, ladies and gentlemen. Woo! Woo, 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 woo. Westmoreland. Cassie would pay for the drugs. You'd go buy them. Bongolan. Yes. Westmoreland. Did you meet the government on May 25th, 2025 and June 2nd, 3rd, and 4th? Bongolan. Yeah. That's not long ago. Westmoreland. That's today. That's today. I'm not good with dates. Are you fucking kidding me? She just didn't say that, ladies and gentlemen. She just did not say, that's today. She said, I'm not good with dates. What, you high? Ladies and gentlemen, this does not make any sense, man. This does not make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the share button. Let them know we over here cooking. The girl done got caught in so many lies. It doesn't even matter. She came in like she was pumping. What's her name? I told you the reason why she didn't say nothing, because she wanted that money. Wasn't about no, he did this, that, and that. And once the gravy train and the dope and the free drugs and the free get high stop, now she want 10 million. I'm not good with dates. Read that last one, y'all. Notice how these posts right here, as you see like the Twitter and how they getting reposted, ladies and gentlemen, they ain't posting these like they post them other ones when they thought it was really detrimental. Bunch of biased motherfuckers, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. It don't matter if she high. That's, that point right there, that's totally irrelevant at this particular time. She's a liar, man. And for nothing else, and for not near another dollar, man, she got to live with herself now. She wasn't nothing but she wasn't nothing at the end of the day. She wasn't nothing but a freeloader who they used as a third party person to go and get the drugs. And whatever Diddy was mad at her for, right? She might have stole something. I wouldn't doubt it. You know what you did. You know what the fuck you did. Remember she said that he said that, right? Right. God have mercy. Boy. Amazing. Amazing. He said, I'm not good with dates. No, you not. She said she not good with dates, ladies and gentlemen. Said cocaine a hell of a drug. Combs, Westmoreland, the balcony incident. You didn't tell the government there was a party in the apartment. Bongolan, I don't remember that. Oh my God, ladies and gentlemen, this is getting pathetic. Westmoreland, you told the government your girlfriend was in the bathroom. Not that you took her in there. My ex. Right. Your ex, your girlfriend, ex-girlfriend. Okay, cool. Look, she want to get that right. Oh, man. What she lie about now? My ex. Ladies and gentlemen, like I said, hit the like button, hit the share button, please. I appreciate you guys, man. Like I said, more importantly, coming through. Like I said, hit that share button. Share it on your Twitter, on your Facebook, your Instagram. We be back at it tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. We ain't giving nothing but straight game. Nothing but straight game. Like I said, we witnessed something today that I don't think we probably ever seen in our lifetime. Somebody crack up in real time on the witness stand like that for the prosecution and get cross-examined and just get demolished. It's crazy. Crazy. Like I said, hit the share button, click on share on your Twitter. Like I said, if they got to watch it back again, it's all good. But today was epic, man. Today was an epic day. Absolutely. I appreciate y'all. Ivan Curry, Universal, LASIK, Anonymous, Born King, Classy, Corey Simmons, Cut Creatives, Ann and Lee, Miss Coffee 123. We're gonna be here tomorrow bright and early. Like I said, Westmoreland, did a stellar job, man. We see what's going on. When you can clearly see through it, you know what I mean? Yeah, you can clearly see through it. So, let me give it to you like this. For me, see if we can get it one more time. Anthony Jefferson, appreciate you, man. Like I said, more importantly, thank everybody for tuning in, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be back at it tomorrow. They supposed to have Jane tomorrow. Somebody by the name of Jane. We don't know who she is. But we know today that this young lady, Mrs. Bongolan, yeah, it didn't work. Westmoreland, your complaint says you were smoking a cigarette on the balcony, not weed. Bongolan, I don't remember. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, oh my goodness gracious, the Lord. She went into, she had a slight case of court amnesia. Now that she's on cross-examination. Bongolan, I don't remember. Westmoreland, different things? Bongolan, yes. Westmoreland, you told the government, you recall that he was charging at you. She said, answer, I don't remember. Wow. Wow, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, this is all lies, man. Like I said, other than Diddy liking what he like as far as the stuff, we don't know if none of this is true now. We don't know if none of it's true. Like I told you, if today didn't make jurors on this case give reasonable doubt, then no day will. Reasonable doubt has been established, ladies and gentlemen. Reasonable doubt has been established, ladies and gentlemen, today. You can't bring nobody else into this courtroom and try to do anything, prove anything. Absolutely. Absolutely. A reasonable doubt has been established today. If they're not reporting this in the mainstream media and on the mainstream news, turn it off. Reasonable doubt has been established today. Period. Period. She don't even want to be there no more. They gave her immunity. She don't even give a damn. And guess what? Ain't got nothing coming. Diddy might pay her now. I mean, you know. Girl, you did a great job up there. You know what I'm saying? Amazing. She said, don't remember. Wow. Let that sink in, y'all. Let that sink in, y'all. Ain't no RICO case, man. It never was. It never was, ladies and gentlemen. I'm looking for the evidence. I ain't looking for gossip. I ain't looking for people trying to tell me on the internet. I really don't care about that. A lot of these people ain't thinking for themselves no way. Yesterday, y'all seen how people come into the chat talking about, yeah, it's this, it's that. It's like, dude, look, stop it. You know, and because, like I said, because a lot of people can hide behind these various, made up names on YouTube or their Google addresses or whatever you want to call it, right? You know, there's no accountability, right? But you got to be accountable to yourself. So even when you they jump on here and they say crazy stuff, right? You still got to be accountable for who you are, even though you're hiding behind some kind of, whatever fake name or whatever. You got to be, because if that's your character, then that's your character. Wherever you go, there you are. Even if you go under a pseudonym or a fake name or a fake Google account. You understand what I'm saying? You ain't fooling nobody but yourself, because you don't, number one, the person, you're not learning nothing, right? And you're trying to push propaganda and lies. It just don't work. Yeah. Westmoreland, Westmoreland, didn't you first make Mr. Combs sexually assaulted you on the balcony? Listen, ladies and gentlemen, this is where we get to the fucking crux of what it really fucking is. And I need y'all to pay attention right now. Hit the like button, hit the share button. They need to see this, because they ain't getting the truth, ladies and gentlemen. They not getting the truth. Listen, Westmoreland, didn't you first say Mr. Combs sexually assaulted you on the balcony? Bongolan, I showed them where his hands were. Westmoreland, you say he groped your breast, or your lawyer said it. My lawyer said that. Amazing. So now her lawyer is lying now, along with her, or both of them are lying. Which one is it, ladies and gentlemen? Which one is it, y'all? Which one is it? Did she say it or did a lawyer say it, or is she blaming it on a lawyer now that she's under 500 pounds of pressure? She under 500 pounds of pressure, ladies and gentlemen. My lawyer said that. She telling on her lawyer now. Hello? Yeah. Is he out of school now? Yeah, he worried because he forgot his phone and he know better. Because if he was playing a game on the phone, he'd be ready to carry it everywhere. So tell him I'm on. Right. Tell him sit in the office and I'll be there in a couple of minutes. Okay, got it. All right, thanks. All right. Sorry for y'all if y'all heard that conversation. That was my son's school. Got to go pick him up. Yeah, hey, Classy, what you say? Lord, I can't. Oh, hell, she dry snitching. It don't even matter whether she dry snitching or not. It doesn't matter. So he fluffing the complaint with he fluffing the brief or these demand letters with lies. That's basically what it is. My lawyer said that. Woo! Woo! We see it, y'all. It's on display. Yeah, Gerald Pipers. It never was a RICO. She need one of them Cocoa Puffs. She said they call the Cocoa Puffs the blunts with lace, with the weed, with the lace with the cocaine. Woo! Absolutely, man. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, huh? What you say, Classy? Her lawyer about to get sued right with her. Absolutely. Absolutely. So I take it. They're about to look. I think they're gonna end it on this because I'm gonna end it on this. But more importantly, ladies and gentlemen, check this out. Check this out, ladies and gentlemen. If you have not got the book, ladies and gentlemen, you have not got the book. Here it is right here. We're gonna be back tomorrow. Like I said, look at that share button, click it, hit it, and people need to watch this and they need to rewatch this broadcast, ladies and gentlemen. At the end of the day, like I said, once again, I appreciate each and every one of you. The book is on Amazon. Behind the Walls with Tupac Shakur, the Rikers Island story by Donald Richardson. No relation to me, ladies and gentlemen. I just did an interview with him on the Art of Dialogue. It's going to be coming up real soon. It's a very interesting interview. And like I said, we talk about everything, and it's a lot of things that I didn't know. That's why I found it so interesting. So like I said, it's on Amazon. Like I said, it's a great read, man. More importantly, like I said, man, thank you guys for tuning in. You know what I mean? I lost myself on the first camera, but I'm back on the second, and I reckon. And like I said, your boy DELRAY, straight gang.
Life is like some cards. It's not what you dealt, but how you play it. Play each situation correctly. I remember they used to laugh at a brother.